What is up, y'all? It's your boy Aniki coming at you with another Church of MHA Season 3, Episode 30, My Hero Academia, Chapter 370. Live reaction and discussion. Now, we left off at a real good spot. I'm not gonna lie to you. It was a splendid spot, splendiferous spot, amazing spot. I can't think of how many other ways to say it. So, great where we left off. AFO finally realizing he's a fraud. Well, he didn't realize he's a fraud. You know, he's still pretending he's that guy, but we know he was exposed as a fraud. You, the viewer at home, I, the stream host, we all know that Bozo is a fraud. All right, Andrew, Jalen Baxley, Tiger Blaster, the MK, the baby, already up in here. Hey, Jay Michael. Hey, Devontae Kemp. Okay. Hey, I can't believe you've done this. Hey, we got Thomas in the building. All right, this is that goodness right here. This what we love to see. All right. Hey, Brandon De La Cruz, Alves, and Taquito. Okay. The homies pouring in today. I love to see it. All right. We have 13 viewers. Oops. Thomas is invited to every stream. He's on the path to bishophood. I don't know if I mentioned that to him, but he's on the path to bishophood. So, Tyler, it wouldn't be fair for me to guess because I saw somebody mention that this chapter was about politics. So, if this chapter is truly about politics, though, y'all know you're in the right place for that. Because we're going to talk about it. Joseph Shola, Cameron Bailey. All right. Spiderweb Toga. I don't recognize that name. I like it, though. Lamar Arrington. Yes, sir. All right. As we file in, let me pull up. Hey, the true star. Okay, you know what? Everybody in here is a regular. I like this. I like having a house full of regulars. It's good to see you. Fill out these digital pews. All right. Well, I can just go ahead and pull up the chapter. Oh, yeah. Elusive Samurai got the cover this week. I need to get around to reading that. I've been meaning to for a long time. Just ain't done it. Read like the first 2 chapters. Oh, what you want me to do is pick the page that pissed people off. Uh-oh. Was East retweeting degenerate material again? Emphasis on again. At East. All right. You know what? My folks here, we hopping in. We're going to get to the chapter. And I'm going to try to figure out which one was upsetting the people, Tyler. I'm going to try. Die Monster. Whew! That's a hell of an opening line. His Story by Kohei Horikoshi, chapter number 370, translation by Caleb Cook. And the lettering is by John Hunt. And we always want to shout out John Hunt because he's the reason that the typeset changes when Shigaraki is speaking and we get that decayed font. Remember John Hunt. Now, stay inside the house, you heteromorph freak. So you bought dirty blood here. You tricked us. The land will become filthy, defiled. Go, get out. No matter how much society progresses, we'll never accept you and your kind. This is a ref. And then it's Spinner, which that's who I thought we were getting once we had that AFO alluded to Spinner. He alluded to Spinner saving him, which I think is misguided because we all know that Spinner's invested in saving Tomer, not him, but hey. Turning back the clock a bit to just after the battlefield received word of Dabi's defeat in front of Central Hospital. They locked up Kurogiri, but we're taking him back. Kurogiri, the closest thing to a masterpiece out of all the high ends with the bioengineered Nomu series. All for One learned that that very entity was held in this hospital and sent Spinner, lieutenant in the Paranormal Liberation Front, to lead a small army of the PLF dregs, as well as ordinary citizens who sympathize with their cause. In total, a force of about 15,000 was dispatched. God damn. Even though I can already see people complaining about this too, but I'm probably wrong that it was this one. So, all right. Man, 15,000? 15K just to get Kurogiri back? It makes sense though. Let's see, make way, move it, hold the line, clear a path, surround them, go, go. There to fight back were some of the remaining heroes and police squads, only about 200 strong. Who knew you were such a popular guy, Shirakumo? Loud out shout. A meat shield? Hey, is this a soundproof dude? Yo. So homeboy comes in with the trident and multiple birds grab President Mike mid-flight. And you know what? I have flamed, insulted, been belligerent, and spiteful towards Coda for a real long time. Finally, and I do mean finally, this man, this boy, has done something that I can take pride in. So let's just give a quick round of applause to Koji Koda for finally doing a hero's job. Are you okay, Sensei? Thanks, Anima. Where's Tentacle? We got split up in the chaos. Squad leader, there are too many of them. We need backup. Well, we ain't getting away. Well, we ain't getting any. Push back with those taser shields. Crap, it's bad enough we're so short-handed. Now they're purposely splitting us up and isolating us. These punks are way too organized for a random mob of rioters. Hey, they got my boy Rocklock getting jumped. Hold up. What Rocklock do deserve this? He don't deserve that. Y'all better chill. Oh, I can see why somebody might not like this page in particular. Shut up, you. Tie him up. Enough out of you. We ain't rioters. Get his hands. You people are always like this. Folks with human faces just don't get it. I'm gonna be real with you. 120 years passing, or more than that, realistically, since the inception of quirks, could lead to Japan not being xenophobic and racist towards dark-skinned folks. But I doubt it. But it could, specifically if they had a new thing to hate. So maybe this makes sense. But I do think it's intentional to make sure that it's specifically this character who they're saying this to, so that you're immediately forced to recognize and think about the discrimination in real life. Let's see. Make way, move it, stand aside, don't mess with us. And Anima getting jumped. Stop this. Why are you doing this? Please stop. Raised in a big city, warrior. You traitor to your own kind. Ooh. Called Koji a coon. He can't get back from that one. That's rough. Make way. Help our rep. Go, go. Hold on, I got to zoom in for that one. That speech bubble kind of tiny. Get through. We're stronger than them. Get through. Hey, the Buster hero. The one that Deku mentions all the way back in the sports festival where Hatsume is talking about her babies in the jetpack. Neat. Rage, good citizens. Today is your Independence Day. Quirk counseling, quirk education, nothing but phony nonsense, all of it. We know this all too well because of the forms we bear. Help our rep pass, make way, move it. The 6/6 incidents, the great Jada purge. The history of the paranormal is one of persecution and oppression for those who don't fit the mold. And what excuse was offered by those who joined in the slaughter of our kind? They gave me the creeps, they say, sweeping it all under the rug. Jeez. These days, society has reflected and made amends. And then you see that you see Nezu, the police chief, who told the boys they couldn't get public credit for staying, the gorilla who interviewed Gentle, or so they would have you believe. And you see a random ass mouse-looking dude with 4 ears. Is that 4 ears? Why he got 4 ears? Ain't no mouse got 4 ears. Sure, in dense cities, the populace is raised in a diverse melting pot, where through the wonders of education, discrimination is a thing of the past. But take a look beyond the cities. What do they still say there? You give me the creeps. Oh, person with a scar on their head, like we from bullying. Not even the brightest light can illuminate every corner of society. That light never shone upon those of us here today. We must find our own light in this world. If only I weren't born looking like this, with this quirk. Have you people ever thought that even once? Clear a path, move it, let him through. No, you people are no heroes of ours. Instead, it will be him who leads us to prominence in society. You've got people shouting, win this, get our rep through, win this. Don't know what he's saying. Ever since Awful One gave me power, head getting fuzzier. Hey, go on, rep, whatever. Me, just take back, do what me told Kuragiri. Hey, yo. Not Tentacle hitting Spinner with the Octoblow. How freaking dare you? Kill the traitor, crush the wannabe hero. Die monster. What's any of that got to do with attacking the hospital? Back in Jakku, the first thing the heroes did was take action to make sure the patients and staff were safe. But what about you guys? Go on, tell me. Do you have a plan here? And then we get a flashback to Tentacle's childhood. No matter how much society progresses, we'll never accept you and your kind. You'd better, because if not, I won't let this stand. And we finally get the Shoji face reveal. Yo. Hey, yo. The Shoji face reveal, saving that. All right, let me get the bishops in here. Let me get them in here ASAP. Because that is a hell of a chapter. And I love it. I love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Because, man, let me get these folks in here because I need to hear what they thinking too, because this is, whoo. I gotta ask, was this a chapter where people were like, because y'all know I don't be reading them scans and I don't participate in the discourse. So I gotta ask, is this a chapter where people were like, Why is MHA suddenly getting so political? Why are they shoving politics into my manga? This never happened before. What's going on here? Because this seems like the kind of chapter where people will pretend like MHA has not always had politics in it. But it's got to be real about that. This seems like the kind of chapter where people will pretend MHA hasn't always had politics in it. It's the same thing as when people were like, why is AFO suddenly talking about capitalism? Yeah, I'm not saying Hori had Rock Lock in the panel specifically so people would be forced to think about racism. It was actually kind of brilliant because he gave you a futuristic version so you could think about without putting it right in your face like, ayo, so why are you racist? Wait, people unironically thought this wasn't set up? People unironically thought this wasn't set up. You telling me they were like, yeah, I get that we had the Creature Rejection Clan, which is basically the My Hero equivalent of the Ku Klux Klan, you know, especially since they both end in clan and wear hoods and are technically supposed to be considered religious groups. But like, this is taking it too far. Ain't no way. Like, hey, Trippy. I mean, yep. I mean, technically, stuff that Shoto said back in Stain art was building up towards this. The way Bakugo casually describes people builds up towards this. Bakugo was out here calling Mina raccoon eyes. Shoto called the police officer a mutt. Yeah, no, anybody who's saying this wasn't set up is somebody who skims the series. What's fascinating is that I remember once I saw somebody say that the AFO speech and everything about it was random. And then as I was reading in their own tweet thread, they admitted that they typically skim the chapters and don't actually read it. Pony not only called Soji a freak, but when confronted with him, she said, sorry, Tentacle, but I always, at the exhibits, I always trot past the octopus tank. Gang Orca was number 3. Endeavor ended up being number 1, thankfully. But the fact that Gang Orca is considered the 3rd most villainous looking dude just because he's a killer whale, insane. Yes, that too. They talked about how that dude trimmed his horn down so that viewers could see him better. And basically, they felt like he was a coon. That's the TLDR of that one. They were like, you setting us back. Why you shave your horn? I can't even be mad at them for that. Gang Orca is cool. That don't change the fact that he was voted the number 3 most villainous looking dude. Spinner too juiced up to save Shiggy. Mutant's gonna be turned when Shoji tells them I'm ugly and I am proud, and they commend him for his courage. It's not even looking like that. It's looking like Shoji gonna have to knock some heads. And you're right, Tyler. Well, ordinary girl. Yep. So, and that's something too that I think is kind of funny, is that when we talk about Deku Far From Home, that a lot of people call Villain Hunt, which I still think calling it Villain Hunt messed with people's minds quite a bit. I've said it before and I'll say it again right here, right now. That arc was not meant to be a direct continuation necessarily of what preceded it, but rather to build upon some of those foundations, reestablish society, and introduce and explain to us what the rest of the series is going to be about. Oh, that's actually a good point, Justice Yoda, who super chats in with, speaking of racist, this means Shoto absolutely called the Hosu City Police Chief a racial slur. Todoroki is over party. Well, that's the beauty of it, Trippy, because I've been seeing you in here for a long time. So you've listened to us kind of talk about the way it's hit on different topics. And a lot of people like to say that we go a little too deep in the weeds, and maybe sometimes we do. And maybe sometimes we do go a little too deep in the weeds. But here's the reality of the situation. The weeds we're going into are the same plants that Hori's walking into. We just talked about it a little earlier than he got real direct with it. When we talked about how My Hero kind of functions as a commentary on hyper-individualistic cultures and how it can breed hero worshiping, which means a collective starts worshiping individuals, becoming stagnant, and instead of progressing themselves, they paid more attention to what other people do and let other people save them and want other people to be, and like build their personalities around what other folks are doing. People acted like we were a little crazy. And then, you get the All for One speech basically talking about capitalism. You get the fallout of these individualistic cultures and people starting to think for themselves and getting these spiteful reactions towards these heroes. Not only that, you get this fraudulence where people, once the individualistic culture starts putting those expectations on them more heavily, stepping out like Yorei Musha, then people want to be confused. But we were too deep in the weeds. When Squid was talking about politics, he was too deep in the weeds. He didn't know what he was talking about.
Hey, yo, I just caught Coda being a coon. What's going on out here, man?
Hey, what up, Bishop Squid? You like how I set you up?
Yeah, man. I know. I was lurking for like 5 minutes, but I was on the down low. But I saw this coming.
Mm-hmm.
I even had receipts. I pulled it out. I didn't even know it by the chapter number. Think about it. That's how deep I was into this. 193. Mutant got discriminated, got separated from his family. See, that's crazy. End of Hosu. Shoto called the dog chief, a mutt. Joint training. Pony out here calling that boy, Soji, saying that she skipped the octopus exhibit. Gang Orca. Most villainous hero category. I didn't know what's going on. But when I was spitting pure facts, when I was in my bag, you're like, nah, bro, you're reading too into it. But now, look at me. My capitalism prediction, true. My will is the will of the story. That's how crazy it is.
Y'all better quit playing with us. Y'all know Hori be watching.
Yeah, man.
If we talk about
he
it,
be watching me.
he
be watching me, especially, man. I'm like, I'm 92 Jordan. That's crazy.
Like
Kobe dropping 81.
Like
Also,
they playing games.
ELA.
All right. Wait, Squid, you talking?
No, right now I'm just eating some pineapple.
Okay. I have to get my girl a stir stick for her hot chocolate she's making.
I get it. But yeah, I was spitting, Shoto rate. See, that's the thing, okay? That's the crazy thing, okay? I've been telling y'all that Shoto will bum, but people, they be trying to be apologists for this. But guess what? Boom, racism.
Why do I get shit for like a Deku? Yeah, people don't get shit for like a Shoto after that. I don't get it. Kind of sus.
Say what you want about Deku, okay? He ain't call nobody no slur.
What's
Right.
crazy is my girl used to be a Shoto stan, and then I pointed out he was racist one time, and she was like,
Nah.
never mind. I was like, I mean,
Damn, that's
he
crazy.
did say a slur, and she was kind of like, that's true. So points for my girl, she out here lighting candles. No.
I'm not going to point
Yes.
names, but there are a few people in this community who thought this chapter was really boring when the leaks came out.
That's because people in this community don't read the story for the story. They read the story for the action.
Mm-hmm.
And what up, Spectrum? And here's the thing. You're not a bad person for reading a manga that is technically an action series for the action. And you're not a bad person for not understanding these points. I won't even say you're a bad person for misrepresenting the series, but I will say you kind of owe it to yourself. If you're going to engage with a piece of media, to try to actually understand the points that are being made. You owe it to yourself for optimal enjoyment to get deep in those weeds. It will always be better to have overanalyzed the piece of media than to have underanalyzed it and missed out on the gems that you could have gotten out of it. Always. I think you'll be better off overanalyzing than underanalyzing. Just you'll be better served for it, because there's nothing wrong with exercising that critical thinking muscle. It's not actually a muscle. I'm being, a little funny, but using that portion of your brain to engage with media and trying to take that extra step just to see what are the real life parallels, because yes, fiction and real life are two separate things.
Man, that's
Bro.
crazy, East.
So that's funny. So that's a good thing Anki said. You set me up perfect, so now I could just hop in. Now, this is one of the things I be talking about. Y'all are so quick to give up and throw your hands in the air without thinking. And I don't know. I just want to say a lot of niggas just don't have that dog in them. And I don't. And the fight comes in all types of forms, way, shape, and forms, bro. You don't have to just fight physically, mentally too. I've never seen a group of people give up so quickly in my life or just swayed by the masses, because a lot of these niggas don't stick to their guns or their roots and their feet. Do you know why I still have not changed my mind about the part 2? What reason have I had? Why would I think about it? If the series were to end, right, and then the time skip were to come, right, why would we have a bunch of 19, 20-year-old niggas not in high school called academia if there is no school? So that's just one thing to think about right there, if anything. And think about everything else. You heard ending in a year. What sense did that actually make? Then the arc comes, final arc, air quote. And now it's not even straightforward. Like I'm looking at MASH on this as a final arc. Everything is set up. Lesser niggas, more important niggas, stronger niggas until Mashal wakes up and go beat the big bad. That's a typical arc. Look at all these other arcs. They're typical. I'm seeing a pattern like, oh, this is actually looks like a final arc type beat. This shit with the mumbo jumbo with all this shit with MHA, it's not like he was aiming the gun at 1 year, bro. So all I did was like, this don't sit right. Let me just think instead of throw my hands in there, whatever. It's like y'all don't ever really think. You just too quick to give up and throw your hands in the air. I'm just like, hey, bro, how about you just this the math don't math? don't look right. But y'all just so quick with the ending, rushing, the masses hate it, so I'm just gonna hate it too. And y'all focus on the negative and all the other pessimistic shit. And I just like, you just don't fucking think. Nothing appeals to you anymore. It's whatever. Because we don't have time. We don't do this. We don't have time. We don't have time. We don't have time. It's over. It's over. But then he just backtracked that 1 year thing not gonna add up. But then y'all didn't, nobody spread that like wildfire, right? So we went from Russian to Dragon back to back in gear. So I'm just like, what is
I'm
it?
gonna be real with you. The thing, like, that's actually one of the like that, because like every now and then you mention like that. Like, actually, I'll say like for the past couple of weeks you've mentioned, have you spread this like wildfire? And I gotta take the nice gloves off and straight up say it kind of pisses me off that y'all don't spread this stuff like wildfire. Just like y'all didn't spread like wildfire when Hiroshi deleted his tweet in regards to My Villain Academia being a taboo. And he did that during season 5. I legitimately quote tweeted Hiroshi, the chief operating officer of CC2, Cyber Connect, one of the subsidiaries of Shueisha that makes their video games. And I pointed out that, like, if you want to be mad about how My Villain Academia was like handled, you need to aim your energy at these executives, not at Bones. And he deleted that tweet during the season 5 run. He had no issues leaving that tweet up for over a year. From the time NBA ranked until season 5, he was fine having that tweet up. I quote tweeted him again on it, said it, and that shit got deleted. Nobody talks about that. Nobody talks about how, and I've repeatedly said this, and fortunately there's a couple people on Twitter that, like, you know, watched the stream and commented on this. And like one of my mutuals, I think her name's Kendra, straight up said,
shout out to her.
You know, she was like, because she had posted the part about East talking and how he broke it down, but she's straight up said, like, she heard me mention how Hori thought Sports Festival was going to be like 10 chapters. And it ended up being 20 some. And ever since then, she took that year way less seriously. And every single person who stumbled upon that tweet had the option to retweet that information or clip that segment when I was talking about that and spread that like wildfire and be like, hey, y'all, before you jump on this hype train, this anti-hype train, remember, this is what he said. And nobody wanted to do that because it was more fun to be belligerent and hateful towards a person. And it generated you more clout to be that way and be spiteful than it would have been to everybody like talk and be like, because here's the thing, you could have still clowned on Hori, but you could have clowned on Hori for lowballing how long this was going to take.
That's what the fuck I was doing from the start. Niggas was bringing this shit to me. East, what you think? East, no part 2. Like, oh,
that nigga a goofy goober.
I'm like, some niggas coming in like, bro, what you think? Other niggas already know that this was bullshit. Other niggas was subtweeting on my head like, all niggas go all part 2, haha. It's like, bro, nigga, now who laughing now? Because I already been knew this shit was it. Like I said, if you had to sit there and fucking look and thought and be like, this doesn't seem like a nigga that just wants to end this within a span of 40 chapters. Nigga rummaging around, mumbo jumbo, we getting this and that. Like, why are you doing all this when you could have made this shit clean cut, straightforward? When a lot of us are like, all right, bro, just get the shit over with now. You could have made it so simple. Instead, you want to go the extra mile, do the extra setup, still doing setup within the final arc for setup for the final stuff in the final arc. That's like, all right, you intentionally adding more shit onto your plate as time goes on, each passing chapter. So I'm just like, how can I like just literally think that's all you gotta do? I bet you fucking $1,000, nigga, that I don't got. I bet you $1,000. If I go to a room right now full of anime fans and a thousand niggas in there, I'll be like, hey y'all, so how y'all feel about, you know, Horikoshi saying he retract that statement about a year. I bet you only about 20 or 100 to 1,000 people will know that, oh yeah, that was a funny thing. Ha ha ha. Well, the other rest of them niggas, 900 to 800, whatever niggas, they're gonna be like, what? I didn't hear that. It's always easier to spread misinformation than the correct.
Yeah, like I will say this, that it makes sense that the negative reactions or negative information about the series like spreads like wildfire, because that's what people latch onto. But when there's something positive where, oh, Horikoshi changed his mind, he realized, oh, my statement from a while back, oh, that's incorrect. That doesn't get spread as much because so many people would rather hear anything they can use to slander the series. And it's frustrating. It's always the people who don't have as much followers on YouTube or Twitter who are actually spreading the good information who get overshadowed by the people who go, oh, MHA, it's ending in a year, and Horikoshi is rushing, and Deku is, his quirks ain't developed yet, and that just proves that Hori is a bad person. Here, he's being racist and all this.
So I got to point to this. This is the issue I have with
Yeah,
misinformation
stupidity is very strong.
and how it can ruin people's lives. Two very real ass examples, right?
Mhm.
One, everybody here most likely knows who XXX Tentacion is, right? RIP, right?
Yeah.
So he
Yeah.
had a lot of cases with like domestic violence and shit like that, right? The fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he
Where
had a
you
lot of
going,
cases. He had some cases like domestic violence and all other shit, especially with his girlfriend. She lied on him about abuse, physical abuse. And then guess what? That spread like wildfire and ruined his reputation and his name. But after he died, she came back and didn't restate, like, no, I kind of lied, but he actually didn't do that. But I was watching a podcast of some of these people I do, and they had the misinformation. They had girls in there too and all that. So they had the misinformation that he beat his girl. When the clear cut, when she said that did not happen herself and backtracked the statement, that nobody heard that. But it had already been like 2 years after X died. And the information had been out there for 2 years. Yet the stigma that he beat his girl because she lied stuck with him. Another case again, when that fucking basketball player got caught up for a rape case because the white girl lied on that nigga because she didn't want to seem like a hoe to the guy she lied. So she said, to save face, she said that nigga had raped her. And guess what he did? Lost all his fucking scholarships, got ran out of town, damn near killed for what? A lie. Because some girl wanted to fuck this nigga, and now she backtracked it and lied because she wanted to save face. But guess what? They don't get the run back. He still got that stigma, and he lost all his shit just because of some untruthful media. But niggas
Power
don't
of
run
white
it.
woman tears.
Niggas don't run it back. Niggas don't run it back. They're saying they run it up when it comes to slandering, degeneracy, and defaming people. That's the shit that fucking make me sick. Real quick to defame somebody's name, but no, not real quick to put the proper respect or run it back.
A really
It's
good
like-
quote.
Integrity.
A dope
the-
quote. Mhm. Sorry, my bad.
It's like that Emmett Till situation. That woman got on and straight up finally truly admitted that he didn't even look at her. But she not in jail.
Exactly.
Like, didn't even look at her. But she got that boy killed.
Brutally too. Like
Like-
his face had been bloated.
Fucking
He's using the
mutilated.
water. It was really bad.
Fucking mutilated, bro. Type of
Hmm.
sick ass shit. Like, see, that's what I'm talking about. It just sounds like it's so easy. Like they said, it takes a lifetime to build trust, but it takes like fucking 10 seconds to lose that shit.
So yeah.
Because niggas don't, because if all you have to do is say somebody did this on social media. Let's say somebody says, let's just say somebody defamed me and say I'm on some like they're like, oh, East was talking to like that other weird nigga that was doing that creepy pedal shit or whatever the fuck. Let's just say somebody just throw that.
Oh,
out
that
there.
Dylan Deku stand.
Yeah,
dude?
yeah. Let's just say somebody throw that out there on my fucking name. You know how quickly niggas not even gonna fact check? They just gonna be like, what the fuck? Look at this nigga. Let's all jump on this nigga because somebody said this without even believing to check or fact check. They gonna run and gun to do that shit. Because niggas, that's the shit that be killing. Niggas don't even fact check nowadays or proofread. They just go with the flow and what the masses say. Fucking ridiculous, huh?
I just want to add one thing when you were talking about like when people don't want to like correct like slander and stuff like that. I think a good quote to remember is people will always remember the debt you own, but not what they owe you.
Hmm.
It's always a reverse thing. You're always having to work for somebody else. Like that's just how it works, unfortunately.
But yeah. So what I will say,
that doesn't work the other way around. Somebody, let's say, somebody in your family helps another guy out. That don't mean that a favor that they want for you is going to get passed down. But if they owe you something, but if they owe them something, then now you got to handle it for them. That's how it works.
and so I want to get back on track, partially because I can tie all this also back into the chapter with how people are real quick to spread negative ideas about people, races, whatever that they don't rock with. Because like for everything you hear, like, oh, like for example, like gay folks are degenerate, but they don't talk about Alan Turing. They don't talk about that. We wouldn't even have computers if it was for that gay dude. The Turing machine, come on now.
Turing machine, yeah. The Enigma code, what he cracked Nazi communications.
Like they don't talk about that. Like the people who want to be on that train don't say that stuff. They don't talk about that. And similarly, just like we talked about this, Gang Orca was a good enough hero that he was the top, like the 10th placed hero when the series started. And yet somehow they still decided, like they couldn't see past what their own like preconceived notions of what a bad person looked like and decided the mutant bad, mutant scary. You look at School Briefs, and there was a girl afraid of Tokoyami and her bird head, in his bird head. And then he ended up being the one that like helped her get her powers under control because she could like blend into the shadows and stuff. And she understood, wait, I had this preconceived notion, but this bird head dude is cool, which means other mutants can be cool. And she was like 3 years old, but for some reason, folks get to be 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, whatever. And it just gets harder and harder and harder for them to let go of those preconceived notions. So what we have here is all these people who have been stuck dealing with preconceived notions. And the thing about it is that when they emphasize like major cities have this issue handled a lot better, part of it is through education. Part of it is through exposure and accountability. You can't just run around being racist in the city like that because there's a good chance somebody's right next to you to hear it. So unless you're surrounded by people you already know are also racist, you're not going to get to be racist.
And that's the thing that Discuss was talking about this chapter. If y'all don't know, Discuss is the guy that had the mask. His name was revealed in one of the volumes, the extras in the volumes. I believe it was volume.
Still doesn't
30.
have a wiki page.
Yeah. Yeah, but Discuss, he talked about that too, and it was like, and this actually goes back to the tracking with something I wanted to clap on about people that be on that bullshit. So first off, you can't say there was no setup. Just stop the cap, please. I much rather y'all prefer y'all just say like I'm not as invested. It's the only what gets me tight, right? What really gets me tight is not y'all having disliking stuff. I don't care about what the fuck you dislike by MHA. It's critiques. It's not perfect. Like I said, thank God we off UA field. That shit was dragging. A lot of stuff could have been executed better. Yes, it has its flaws. Yes, but my thing is when y'all bullshit. That's when y'all bullshit and cat. That's what get me fucking tight. Don't bullshit me and try to fucking tell me it wasn't no setup. Because you know what, motherfucker? Guess what? I got the notes in my fucking back pocket right here. You don't know setup, nigga. They've been talking about this shit since chapter 193 with the fucking flashback with All for One. And the other nigga was like, yo, his whole family disowned him because now he looked like this. From 193 to the entirety of the NBA arc to 258, 329 to 341. They kept bringing that shit up about mutant discrimination. Even Skeptic dropped the bars about, yo, you know how many heteromorph shit, even in Heroes Rising, Chimera's entire reason for being a villain, because, yo, nigga, them niggas just tried to fuck with me because I look like this. I wasn't even trying to box at nobody. And they came out my throat because I look like the way I look. So don't cap and say it came out of nowhere or it could have been like, and then they don't even say, oh, I wish I had more setup. It's always more with you people. It's always more. It's never enough. I promise you it's never enough. You niggas be complaining about Shoto and Dobby didn't have enough build up to talking. And that don't even make sense. Yo, I bet you we get to Endeavor and goddamn Dobby fucking me. And y'all niggas be like, I wish there was still more setup. Like, goddamn, nigga. Like, people really be greedy with this shit. Like, really, you really getting more than other series would. Pay attention to a lot of things. And if anything, like, be happy that this didn't get fucking scrapped. It didn't need, like, this is not getting scrapped. And this is not just going brought up one chapter and we cut and it's never going to get brought up again. Like they're going to dive into this and dive into discuss showed you other mutants and they're going to talk about get to the core of this issue. Like it just started. Niggas not even letting this shit cook. And if you say I'm just not invested in characters, that's perfectly fine. But don't say like, oh, we should have had an arc before this, and other. The only place you actually could have put an arc prior to this is right before the war. All right, after the Cassie shit, or in between the Cassie shit and the fucking what was it called? In between the Cassie shit and whatever, or the Deck of Black arc. You could have all you could have had was Shoji and them go on the patrol into a countryside. And that's the only reason it even got brought up. But if anything, it wouldn't matter at that point because everybody was in the fucking city going crazy already. So you didn't need to go to the countryside to experience racism when it was blatantly shown with Ordinary Girl right there. With like she literally said verbatim, it's not up for speculation, reading between lines or subtleties. She flat out said, "Yo, them niggas said no head or remorse at the bitch, and you is the only place that accepted me." And niggas said, "Don't go around looking like that, cause we about to blast your ass." Like literally, it's all there. So you can say, you like if you wanted an arc, just like a lot of times y'all always being greedy with this stuff. Because what would the arc have got you? More invested in Spinner and showed you? They would just done it again here. Like I'm real confused. Like if y'all honestly, a lot of times I think I just know how to convey how y'all feel. So I just go with the masses saying of the negativity because it's the hype train. A lot of people I see, they don't know how to stick their ground, and they be swaying left and right. Because then when I talk and I give a logical standpoint and the way I speak, the niggas be like, "Oh, I kind of see what you mean," or "I actually felt like this the entire time," or "Why did you just say you felt like that instead of bullshit?" I mean, you get more out of shit. You just be honest, bro, and shoot straight. Like, who gonna hold you because you said, I just feel like I'm not that invested in Spinner. Okay, that's all you had to say. Nah, there was no setup for this whatsoever. That's not hitting. Like, nigga, they even get to the act. They didn't even dive into the meat yet saying it's not hitting. What you mean?
Why should I care about this when I wasn't given the opportunity to care about Shoji? Like the end?
Like, how you gonna care about somebody?
People are already giving up on this, like one chapter into the actual conflict here.
And my other thing about that is
also, hey Seth.
I partially chalk this up to
Hello.
What up? The Rise of the Villain saga being twice as long as the UA beginning saga. And that's not a knock on the Rise of the Villain saga at all. I'm not saying that it was bad that it was long. I'm not saying anything like that. So don't try to get that twisted. But the Rise of the Villain saga shifted the scope of the story, expanded upon it, and focused more on the villains than the students for certain portions of the story. And that's the parts of the story that people got the most invested in. And there's a certain lack of acknowledgement that our investment does influence what we remember and pay attention to in a story.
Mm-hmm.
And so if, for example, you haven't gone back and rewatched or reread the first, like the chapters that comprise basically the first, let's say, 3 seasons or the first half of season 3, you're not going to remember Shoji and Tokoyami having that bond. That friendship isn't going to stick out to you as much. The fact that Shoji was there and one of the reasons they helped manage to get Tokoyami back, that's not going to stick out for you. But I remember that. I remember seeing Shoji there. I remember seeing Shoji get thrown by Sue while holding Deku and Shoto. And that moment where he pickpocketed Compress and thought he grabbed the students, but it ended up just being ice shards.
Yeah. Or when he fought against Dark Shadow when it was enraged.
Exactly.
I love seeing him sacrifice himself during the fight at 9. Just he really, I loved him in the Heroes Rising movie. That was so good.
Ooh, Seth, your mic is better.
Yeah, actually, you sound pretty good.
I don't have my headphones on. I'm sorry, and I didn't know that it was. Yeah, those interfere with
Doesn't
my
have
mic.
the 2K mic? Oh man, that's sad. We lost an icon
No.
right there.
No, someone hook me up. Someone hook me up.
might just.
Someone hooked you up. That's crazy.
So hi.
Anyway, y'all,
Hi.
y'all, check this out. Go to Bishop Circle. I posted a brand new Coda meme right here. Check it out.
Slide it my way.
Go to Bishop Circle.
He's not in the bitch. He's not in there, fool.
All right,
Yeah.
then East, go to the Bishop Circle.
Oh my goodness, calm down. So, oh yeah, because they just
Bro, come
they
on,
straight up
we know. Listen,
they
we know
straight up said
Coda's
Direct
Tabe was
AOD.
just thrown out because he didn't fit in. Period. They were just like, yeah, because it was like the dude whose quirk was larceny was thrown out simply because his girlfriend racked up a huge debt and then left him. The crystal dude, he wasn't making diamonds, so the mob boss was like, "Oh, well, I can't make money off you, so get out."
Mhm.
Even though he still could have had
No,
him
he
on as an
stomped him out
enforcer.
and then told him to get out. Like
You're right.
literally
He stomped him out
almost
first.
clapped that man.
I got to include that because the trash trio is actually one of the more interesting fights
Mhm.
in the series, specifically because, like I've mentioned multiple times in the past, it's the first time that the power of friendship is really brought up in the story as far as Hori's writing goes. Even though we got that episode during provisional license where they were like, in 1A, we're friends and we don't leave people behind. And I was like, no, we're right there. Even like people are like, damn, why did the end of that fight seem so anticlimactic in the anime? Because he just like kind of stomps on him. And I'm like, because he was just stomping on their friendship. You'll want to emphasize that. And what's more, like the casualness of him stomping him out kind of reflects how casually like society throws people away sometimes. It just puts them under their foot.
Yeah, that's the truth. You're right,
But-
Cody. You're right.
With Tabe, he just straight up was discarded for not fitting what society wants. And he's a dude that is basically always hungry, capable of eating stuff, whatever. That was why Aizawa damn near broke his neck when he left the room.
He was like, yo, that nigga gotta go.
Like, so
See, Coyote, aka Jorel. Motherfuckers don't know what they want. People been saying they want the Shoji arc for a year. Now we get it. It's rush, bro. What the fuck? I told you these niggas just be. It's like they be asking for shit and then they get it, and then they gonna be like, then they change their tune completely. I be like, what the fuck? Wasn't you just asking for this? Now you get it, and now you flipping on it. Like, hello.
They flip flop.
I can't wait to.
Crazy.
It's okay because now I know when we get to Seraphil, I already know niggas gonna be acting stupid. So I'm prepared. So I'm cool. I already know y'all gonna be the niggas like real goofy when we get to Sarah and Ioma's field. And I can't wait to run it back on niggas talking about wasn't no consequences just because the kids didn't fucking say die Ioma or have a more. I understand one of the more like split dynamic for him. That's understandable. One of the more like tensions with like, yo, fuck that nigga, yo, but he's still our friend. It wasn't his fault type beat. I understand that, but guess what? Consequences still coming, and they running it back in the best way possible. So like, you could fuck niggas being like, yo, Ioma, what's up, bro? Like, fuck him now. Nah, nigga, the ops are running it back on him.
Mm-hmm.
And I know y'all want that. Y'all want them niggas fighting more than y'all want them niggas talking, and don't even try to lie about it.
You're right, Topafu.
Don't even try to lie about it. Y'all want them niggas fighting more than y'all want them talking. So guess what? The ops on his head. No better person than the fucking nigga. Off one's right hand assassins and servants to go after his throat.
Mm-hmm.
And Kevin Bailey.
They want the series to be a bunch of action, and then they want the characters to look at the camera like it's a damn Marvel movie and be like, well, that happened. They want they want these parts to be like, they want chapters where the character just looks and goes, after dealing with the consequences of the war arc, I have acquired a great depression, and I'm very sad. And now I'm going to cope with that via throwing myself at work. Like, that's what they want. They want it to be that spoon-fed. And it's ironic as hell that they don't see that. And so that's why the series is rushing when you get fights like, for example, Shoto versus Dabi. And people decide, oh, the series is rushing. See, he wrapped it up in 3 chapters. Woo, woo, woo. And then you had people like me and E sitting here like, but his heart is glowing.
That's
And One of the crazy things was that the one time I did that MHA space, which I really wish I had recorded it, I specifically talked about how like he was coated in ice. He's gonna utilize the same principles that Shoto did, like manipulating the blood flow, etc., so that he can replicate that move and go brazy.
Look what happened.
And then literally the next chapter it happened.
See,
Like to the extent somebody tagged me and was like, bro, it was basically exactly what you said. That's crazy. And I didn't know what they were talking about because I don't read spoilers or scans.
Mhm.
And so I was just like, what are you talking about? And then the chapter came and I was like, that's what he was talking about. Damn, that's crazy.
bro, I was like, and then see, that's the thing. See, that's why I remember it specifically and vividly. A lot of people just kind of like, even in stream, they just like, well, that's the end for Dab. I was like, nah, something just don't sit right. I was like, this is a short, like, this is one of your headliner fights, one of the
Remember
most
that VC?
most anticipated ones, and then it's just like the shortest fight in the series. Nah, that wasn't adding up. And they called me a madman. Well, like I told y'all, who got the most dubs when it comes to thinking and not quitting and keep on pushing? Y'all, it's a problem. Y'all can't just throw your hands up in the air with this series a lot of times, and especially if you don't like something, it don't add up. You have to think. You have to not even critically think. It's be simple math, not math and type shit. I kept saying, I stated all this shit why it don't make sense. And a lot of niggas that didn't give a fuck about Dobby was ready for him to go. I was like, bro, how you gonna put Dobby and Shoto first for the headline? It'd be then the shortest fight. Then Dobby don't even go like properly. I was like, nah. After the care he did for twice his death, he ain't finna like have Dobby going out like too pitiful, all right? And then Dobby didn't even hadn't even killed nobody at that point. And I was like, yeah, nah, something not adding up here. There's gonna be something. They might buzz him out, this, that, and the other. But guess what? It took 2 seconds. All that nigga just like that glow, expand, nigga caught bodies.
I love Tobufu's comparison to fans. MHA fans, the type to complain for there being bacon in their BLT, have it removed and then ask why there aren't any bacon on it. They're also the type to go to a pizzeria or to a fruits and vegetable shop and ask, why is there no meat? Why is there no cheese on this pizza? Why is there cheese on this pizza? They're stupid. And it's the type of people who complain about this stuff that don't read the chapters properly, especially with the glowing around the chest for Dabe. Like that was intentional. You have to keep an eye out for that. And then you get rewarded down the line when we actually did see him get back up.
Actually, I really like how you put it. I can't believe you've done this. People want MHA to be Naruto, but not Naruto, but a political story, but also purely action, but also ATV, but all. And
People don't know what they want, and they need to be told what they want. And
They
I
need
think
guidance.
that's true just across. That's true across a lot of things.
The biggest lie told in business is that the customer is right. The real quote is that
the customer
you
is
have to
always right.
convince
It
the
matters in taste and
customer
expense.
is right. You have to convince them that they're right
That's like the shit that happened
off
on
of what you are doing. That's the thing.
That's the shit that happened on Wolf on Wall Street. He was telling those niggas what he needed, the way he
Yeah, that's how
spun a
you do
block
business. That's how you do
ran his tongue.
business.
That's why car salesmen will fucking tell you what you need and have you going out the lot. You going there for a regular daily drive and shit. And if you susceptible enough, bro, niggas will spin a block back on you. Come out there with a boy.
Hey, hold on, East now, because now that I work in a software company that works with the automotive industry, folks do not be getting scammed like they think they be getting scammed specifically on repairs. So I'm gonna give you a quick breakdown real quick, just because I kind of want to talk about this because it's kind of fascinating, but also because expect over the next 5 to 10 years, more and more dealerships to basically become bulletproof on lawsuits. And the reason why I say this is because I work for a company that will straight up document, like we'll send you videos. Like when somebody goes to get their car fixed, they'll do a whole walk around inspection, record it, show you point out every single thing wrong with your car, send you a video telling you what's wrong with your car. And then if you refuse any of the services, we make sure to permanently, save that on your customer file. So if you get into a car accident 2 weeks later, or the same day you get your car back, you can't come back and blame the dealership and be like, hey, they didn't fix my brakes. And that's why I did this. And I told them to. Because we'll be able to say, no, you rejected this. And I've seen people get 5-minute videos explaining, like, your transmission is messed up, your oil cap is cracked, your struts are bad, your brakes are like 2 millimeters left, so you should get those changed. Like, I've seen people get like literally having to spend 5 minutes walking around their car pointing stuff out, and then you look at their history and they turn down like 15 different repairs every time they went to the shop. When if they had just bit the bullet and either bought a new car or got all those repairs, half the shit they would need on the second, third, fourth visit to get repaired. So I do got to tell you that, like, they don't be scamming like people think they be scamming. Like, will they oversell you some features in your car? Yes. But when they bring you in there for them repairs, nah. Well, we already know, but let me segue back into what Kerpuki just said real quick, because I actually want to talk about this a bit.
Me too.
Spinner is basically showing you like what is going through the same thing Makia did. So one of the things that I've kind of been suspicious of is that I think mutants can handle getting extra quirks better, like lifespan wise, but the trade-off seems to be intellect and focus. Spinner getting that extra quirk has made him dumber. It's basically your brain can only process so much stuff. And by having that extra quirk on his body, it's influencing his brain and slowing it, the processing down. His body's focused more on staying functional than it is on intellect.
You know, I forgot who told me this. So if you listening, let me know. A shout or comment. I forgot. I don't know who the fuck it was. I was talking to a few niggas in here. I don't know if it was Tyler, Sixer, Coyote, or fucking Thomas, or another person. They had said this is just like the normal. And the more quirks they get in their body, the less they just meat puppets with one command or a command. They don't have, because it's so much stress and trauma on their body that they like, all right, we don't really need y'all thinking like that. We just need, that's why the USJ known was the way he was built, essentially. And that's why Kurogiri is more of like a tech op or support op than a physical one, because they kind of melded it, but they were working on the persona. But like I said, this chapter, the closest thing or most perfected normal other than the high end. And then like with Hood, he wasn't too stupid, but you know, he was a little slower than mine, but his thing was he had super combat abilities, and that was instincts based off it. He used to be a top tier fighter back in the underground fighting shit. So it's like with USJ normal, it's like a lot of normal, they're all built like with a bunch of quirk stuff in their body, but they don't really have a brain capacity anymore. So and plus we don't know how many quirks Spinner actually has. Yes, he grew, but I highly doubt all forms of I'm to give you the
let's give one.
Even if he did, I highly doubt though. He'd be like, all right, Spinner, I'm just gonna make you grow bigger. Like, I think he got more. I believe he got definitely just more than one thing too.
It's crazy. He got clapped by one quirk though. Look at him, bro. He out here drooling and stuff, losing his intelligence. Yeah, barely thinking.
But that's crazy. The beautiful thing about this though is that
wouldn't be me though.
The beautiful thing about this is that it's clear as day to set up for the power of friendship to get back. Because, hey, bro, once again, at this point, the villains winning isn't a plot twist. The heroes winning is a plot twist. Because, nigga, I tried to tell y'all before, they do not have the forces to combat what's coming at them. And I knew that before, but for you to say it's 200 heroes and police combined, not even just heroes, police and heroes combined versus 15K, yeah, please stop. They was finna pack Mike up in 2 seconds. If Coda had to say that, nigga, like, damn, nigga, like, these niggas are like really like down bad. So it's like they're gonna have to come to the goal to get Kurogiri and stuff like that. Because of course, you know, Shigaraki gotta be free, Spinner the hero, and all that shit like that. So obviously right now, him having this mindset at the forefront in the beginning will just lead to him bringing his like getting his mind back, just like how niggas power up all the time in anime. But like, I almost lost my way. The demon took over type beat, but I got my consciousness back. And you know, he gonna think through all his memories and shit like that. Because I think Horikoshi's adding even more. Right? I think Horikoshi's adding even more to Spinner's backstory than that was just there. We knew he lived in a house, he was recluse and all that, but I think he's really deep diving and adding more shit than it was before. Because what's really interesting about this chapter, it was written real slick it's like history, but like his story. Like the his is just a, and the scans is much more prominent, but still it's still very slight. It's like the way it's like the text is his is all like caps, and it gets just ever so slightly a little bit smaller when it comes to story. And that if you look at the front page of the text of like this is literally Spinner's story at this point, and they often talk about how he the one who spin the tail, and they dive just a snippet in his backstory. And remember, this is just a snippet. We're just getting started here, so you know there's more to come on top of that, and you know they're most likely getting Korogiri. So you know this is just the start of like, all right, this is so Spinner can have all his shit and come back. That's why I said niggas like we should have had an arc to be invested in Spinner. It's like, no, he already talked about his shit before, bro. But now it's time to actually deep dive at a prominent point because Horikoshi had this plan for his character arc.
Yeah, I don't understand. I mean, I understand wanting more MHA, but like, I don't understand not being invested in Spinner or even Shoji. Just like the bits that we've seen of them, they're good people and they're cool characters. Well, I mean, Spinner, debatably, I guess, but they're cool characters and they get good humanizing moments just throughout the series. And it's nice that it's actually coming to a head. And it's kind of annoying that, MHA is, in my opinion, on its way to ending. And like people are choosing to take things in just the most negative way they can. And that's frustrating. I can't imagine being a fan of something and, legitimately being down on it or taking things in the most negative interpretation. Like what we might have a year left, hypothetically. So like, that isn't to say that like I don't have some criticisms of how this is executed, but for me, this is a B plot in the story. Like Spinner and Shoji don't have a huge role in the story, right? But they still do get a plot. Like Horikoshi does give his side characters things to work with. And right now he's expanding on it for purposes of this battlefield. Would I have liked more mentions of such historical events previously? I suppose I would. But I mean, again, these are still side characters for all intents and purposes, and this is a B plot. So I'm not like expecting the thoroughness that is as opposed to something that he gave, to like Deku, Bakugo, and etc. And it will all tie together eventually as well. So I'm honestly, I expect the negativity. I'm just still disappointed. Did I kill the chat?
Nah, Chef spoke. Chef spoke his truth. But yeah, man, like I said, like there were like I don't know. I don't even care because it's always more. I'm not talking about you, Chef, but these other folks, it's always more.
Yeah.
More this, more
Yeah.
that, more. And I'm like, damn, bro. How about you be a little grateful since this nigga is Russian? How about you be grateful he actually gave a time of date to the shit where he could have scrapped it all together? Because
No,
it's like
people are really entitled to someone else's labor, and it's like, come on, let it. He's doing his best, obviously, and he's still putting out good work.
yeah, like all right, bro, nigga, I like all right, bro. This is not that serious. Like and people and they be picking and choosing about the dumbest stuff to be crying over. I heard during the league season, niggas was crying over what he said with Rocklock and calling that racist and all this that, and the other because they said something to Rocklock. I was like, all right, bro, this is about. Ooh, yeah. See, man, you know what? I can't stand even for real. I should have. Damn, Fujimoto, why couldn't you find me first, nigga? I'd rather be with a bunch of niggas that's barking over a psychopath than this fandom. I promise you, I rather would. God damn. This
Well,
shit.
and if you speak up about how negative people are, then you're like attacking them, you're like harassing them, or you're like they immediately, it's like you are the aggressor. It's not them who is aggressing or aggravating things. You're the problem for noticing that they're just bitching. Like
it's dead ass like when them dogs be barking all big and bad, and you get up close to the nigga, and he flop on his belly and Like you was just barking and big will shit, and now all of a sudden, when somebody come at you, it's let me tell them my opinion. You leave me alone. What the fuck? He was just barking all big and bad.
For the people who call you a dick rider for going against their negativity and pointing out, maybe you're just being a bit too negative.
I'm like, all right,
Or
bro.
you're not a real fan or something. Like you don't care
Oh,
as
I'm
much
just
as they
happy
do.
I
Literally.
can make more Coda memes, just trashing Coda. You
Bro,
know how happy I am.
this nigga is good. But yeah, I don't know. These niggas, it's just
Good
it's
for
just,
him.
These y'all, you got 51 people and 26 likes. Boy, when Ponzo was here, boy, he be clapping them cheeks. I better get to it. You never know when he pop up.
Respectfully and consensually, of course.
I don't know about that violation. But anyway, but nah, man, it's just I don't know. Listen, you can always say, oh, I could do what I want to do. I could read this. I could do what I want to do. Well, guess what? You can go ahead and read what you want to do with this and other. But how about you go bitch somewhere else? Because I swear to God, I swear to God, it damn sure can't be this nigga Kohei every other week. Because if you can't find a single good thing to say about chapter, but you can find all the negative shit to say, I promise you it's your ass. Because damn, it ain't that much negative shit to say, bro. You just want to feed and harbor and hold on. I'm angry, and it's not gonna go good, and this is ass. Nah. Bro, please shut the fuck up, because nobody come here to hear all that. You can have your criticisms, complaints, but goddamn, niggas, every week, every time, you can't find a single thing to say, oh, this was actually, at least this was good, or like, goddamn, nigga, some of us are trying to enjoy our food, bro.
I like what Aniki said about how when people, find a part in the story that they get really invested in and they start viewing things around, that point in the story. I think about like Villain Academia a lot, and like that arc gets really hyped, and I like it too. But I feel like people forget like the reason that I personally read MHA is from like the actual like where All Might All Might in Kamino, or Deku versus Muscular, or or even Deku versus Overhaul. Like those are the moments to me, or yeah, Deku versus Gentle. Like those are moments to me that really stand out as like, okay, this is what MHA is about. Like you see the difficult odds that these heroes are up against, and then they win, and they do so with morals and with everything they've got through broken bones and everything. Like that's to me the heart of the story. Like the villains present an important problem for the heroes to solve, and I appreciate and sympathize with some of their stories, but like they are this nexus of negativity that is overwhelming, and I think there are people who have latched onto that to the point of viewing the entire story through the villain's lens, when it's like, guys, the heroes are here. This is a story about heroes rising up and rising to the occasion, and that's what I'm looking forward to seeing. And it's sad to me that there are prominent people who don't seem to share that excitement, when I think that's what everyone originally loved about MHA.
Speaking of which, I'll wait till Aniki get back for that one.
You know what I feel? I feel like people saying that you should take a break from the series. It's all well and good, right? Personally, I feel like that is probably something. Sorry for the background noise. I feel like. Wait 1 second. Let me be. Okay, so I feel like a lot of people should take a break from leaks. Like it's personally like a problem at this point with the community. And like all the negative, like especially the Rocklock scene. Holy, like everyone, it took up like I would say 80% of the conversation on Wednesday. Was it Wednesday, Thursday? It was Wednesday for me.
It was Wednesday. It came
Thursday,
out
Friday, Saturday, today. It's still happening. It's like, or people going, oh, if you support MHA after this chapter, don't associate with me. The leaks are harmful and they just need to stop. Or at least like people should read them, but don't base your opinions on the leaks.
Oh, I agree wholeheartedly. I don't do leak night. I think it colors your the viral thing sticks out more than like the lead up to and the actual writing around whatever is going viral, and it just ruins the conversation because you get it like completely out of context, completely without looking at the art even. Just I hate leaks so much now. Like I used to get excited, but then I see people running with like takes from leak night that are completely off base when reading the officials, and just I'm done with that stuff. You're absolutely right. You know, I wanted to actually bring up this point, like about the actual chapter. I actually really like what Shoji said. I don't know if we wanted to transition to any of that, but I do like that. Like, yeah, the chapter is his story, but it's actually the dualness between Shoji and Spinner. Like, it seems like they have identical roots, basically, and that's something I actually really appreciate about Horikoshi's writing. He tries to tie these characters who have some only, I mean, it's not just superficial connection, obviously. They're both heteromorphs, and now we see that, you know, like Shoji also experienced some real cruelty in his life, and you see that mirrored in how the heteromorphs treat him as a traitor, like die monster kind of thing, like that line. So again, I'm pretty happy with this chapter, in all honesty, even if I think some things were like very heavy-handed, but it's a B plot, so I'm not upset about stuff.
I'm also gonna say that every time Horikoshi tries to be subtle, people have like a mental breakdown.
A massive ass breakdown.
Oh, and to answer, I don't know if anybody actually answered, but the reason why we have leaks is basically because the magazines get released in physical print. Somebody steals. Hold on, y'all. I just
Like straight up runs up in them stores and takes it. It's crazy.
Here. So here's a quick breakdown. Physical magazines exist. They get loaded on shelves, etc., or they get put in the back room. Somebody grabs those magazines, takes a picture of them, scans them into a photocopier, whatever. A lot of times it's specifically because like Shonen Jump does have decent distribution, at least in Asia. You know, they're not gonna like overnight ship or, you know, 2-night ship the magazines here so that they have it, but at least in Korea they have those magazines. So somebody grabs those off the pallet, whatever, scans them into a computer, and then sells those to somebody online, and then they, you know, make their money that way. So basically it's you're either supporting some random dude who like works at like a bookstore and steals the copies, or you support like the official. Either way, you're supporting somebody. But basically, yeah, like so it's the only way to really get around leaks is to go like full digital. And that then comes down to, if we went full digital for like Shonen Jump, Shueisha would want to make that money back that they would be losing from like ad revenue and general distribution sales. So that would likely lead to just a higher subscription cost for the average reader going forward. Which I wouldn't care if I get stuck paying like $5-6 a month, because it's really not that big of a deal. Like Netflix is like $20 a month now.
They made like an $8 version that has ads on it. Boy, that's crazy.
That honestly doesn't bother me either. Whoa. Nader Moad showing up with the big super chat. I got back in time because I've been feeling under the weather today. I thought I was going to be able to coast through the stream without mentioning it, but I was wrong. So that's why I was gone for like the past like 10-15 minutes. But what's up, guys? This whole issue has made me think about how people think Andor is a slow and boring Star Wars series, but it's been said by the people who actually watch it and pay attention, absolutely love it. Best Star Wars in forever. I'm not a super big Star Wars guy, but this kind of makes sense to me. Like there's always, and this kind of cycles back to, I think we talked about this last week on the extra episode, the Sunday OVA. There's the 7 out of 10 principle that I have. And I think the more meticulous and detailed something is, the closer to a 10 it becomes, but the more it loses people along the way.
So, were you about to say something else? Because I got, thank you. See, this is why I love my boss, y'all.
Go ahead, East.
So, Tommy, you ready? Tommy.
Wait, who, me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm
All
ready.
right, good. So, and I can't wait for my boss to back me up after I say this too. So, it's just about time I talk about this. Media and writing, there are basic rules and principles you have to follow. But the way you get to do things, and this is reflection of society, the rule of cool. If you are cool enough, you get to do what the fuck you want to do. It's just as Aniki just said, the more detailed, the closer you are to a 10, but the more it loses people along the way. Guess what's very fucking simple, short, sweet, and to the point, and breaks a bunch of fucking rules. The newest, latest series from Netflix, which is Edge Runners. Rule of cool. This shit be breaking, it be fucking skipping time, breaking rules, and doing just a bunch of shit. Now, guess why it gets to slide like this? Because it doesn't ask for permission. It doesn't set up and be like, oh, these are hard rules. We have to follow, do this. We have to do that. You drugging the MC is like, you can't take this. He's like, most people, he's just like, well, I'm just built different. I'm not asking to follow the rules. I'm just going to say I'm built different. I'm built different. I do as I please. I do what I want to do. And you know why? It's because the rule of cool. While the bad boys do what they want to do, they get to do what they want to do. And people idolize it because guess what? They're not, most of the time, because they're not asking for the permission to do it. They're just that cool. All right. It's just like they get to do what they want to do because they're not asking for it. The rule of cool. Now, it's like this. Like this is my biggest issue with MHA, and it reflects on everything else. Like when I talk to Coffee, hey, bro, and light spoilers for Chainsaw Man, all right? I know no details, but like, girl makes a deal with the Justice Devil, and I look at the chat, nobody has a singular problem with that. Complete off screen, nobody has an issue with that. All they talk about is, she did it, making school shooter jokes, blah, 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 wonder what it looked like. That's all they say. Shinso doing his shit off screen, which is even a big deal. You think goddamn All Might rose to his prime, fall off one and beat Shigaraki or some shit. The way niggas was overreacting over Shinso doing what the fuck he did. Off screen. We knew he was training off screen. And what do you need to see Shinso do? 2-3 chapters of my voice works like this. But maybe if I do this. What the hell? He wasn't fighting nobody. He was just in the thing. And that's my thing. But then Coffee's excuses is just that, Fujimoto, it's just how Fujimoto does rights. That's not cool. So you're saying, it's like this. If we had two kids, the older sibling, the younger one, right? They both adults, right? They both, one 19, one 18, right? One come in, she the more responsible one, and she forgot to call. And she come in, she's like a little, she's like, I got home late, my bad. And it's like, nah, I expect better from you. Punishment, you getting a full lecture. The 18-year-old comes in, less responsible, more reckless. They come home and it's just like, hey, I expect this out of you. Nigga, just because you expect something out of me and you don't do that, you think that's fucking fair? That's not fair. I expect better from you. I don't expect nothing from them. We both your child, nigga. We both did the same thing. But because you don't expect nothing from this nigga or you don't care as much, like, don't be trying to do that. I hold you to a high standard. I want you to be better. Don't do that shit. Fujimoto go ahead, skip shit, add shit, take out shit, do whatever he want to do. Nobody bad, nobody bitch. Horikoshi get a little slight. I have a little edge. I shouldn't have to explain this as much because I've already built this world. I've already established this over the course of 300 chapters. I shouldn't have to do each fucking detail because you know how to understand how the world works. But if you do one little off-screen thing, then he fell off. He don't know that. Like, really, bro?
Man, I'm glad you brought up that Shinso thing specifically because I recently got a random like on a post from like a year, like a good while back now, specifically on that Shinso discussion. Where I'm like, bro, what do you gain from this? And it kind of like cycles back to the Aerie thing too, where people were like, well, I didn't need a full arc. I just wanted to see her like fail or something. And I'm like, Horikoshi specifically had Aizawa training her. He created a scenario where she could not fail in her training and actually harm anything. Why would you want her? Like, it would be horrible writing to have the dude who can turn off her quirk at the second things look even kind of bad, not turn off her quirk just so she can experience failure with her quirk. What would be the purpose of that? And in the same way, we saw Shinso training. We knew that he had been training. We saw him fighting during joint training. He had been training his voice, working with the the persona code and all that other stuff. If we know that he is training persona chords and he's working on his quirk and getting better with it, and we've already established in the series that quirks are like muscles, you stretch them, you build them up. Why on earth would we need a side chapter of Shinso training or anything like that? Where would that have actually fit into the story? And I hate when people are like, well, it's the author's job to figure that out. No, because if you're going to level this criticism at the author, you need to have an actual basis for your logic. It can't just be, this is bad because I wanted this thing. Offer a solution. What did you want in place of this? Where did you want to see this training? Did you think it would be good to have Eri training and joint training? Did you think it would be good to have her training before, like after MBA? Where did you think it would have been appropriate to insert that story beat?
I remember when the Shinzo drama went down and everyone went like, oh, but it was established that Shinzo couldn't do that. So how was he able to? And but in chapter what, 2, 3, 4, 5, around there, when Deku was talking to All Might on the phone, and it was shown that quirks aren't what they seem, they can change up. Especially when you train it and you unlock hidden potentials of this quirk, it's possible. People are just going, oh, I want everything on screen. But when they do get everything on screen, they complain because, oh, it doesn't fit here. It should have been in a different arc before this. Looping back to the whole
I just
thing
can't believe it was
now.
Shinzo drama.
Yeah, I can't believe that too.
Shit was ridiculous. Y'all know damn well y'all wasn't trying to see no 5 chapters of Shinzo training. Stop the cap.
Exactly.
Please stop.
It was such a cool moment too, and people were like, "Oh my god, this is so bad." Because
That's why I don't like talking about this shit, because bro, I'm trying to eat. You want to go be negative? Do that shit over there. I'm trying to have a discussion, not nitpick every thing. I can't even enjoy the shit. I can't even enjoy, or I can't even notice because I'm too busy spending time arguing niggas, going back and forth. I'm like, nigga, I'm about to start enjoying my time. Like, I'm not gonna keep arguing back and forth with you niggas because you all you see want to see is negative and negative and negative and negative. Okay, have a criticism, bro, but I ain't seen you say one. I see some of you niggas say one good damn thing, and I don't know how long.
Also, to that Deku quirks thing, everybody who was like Deku's quirks needed more buildup. Why did we need a bunch of buildup to a smoke screen?
exactly.
What was the training arc for that, bro? What did he possibly need to do?
It releases smoke. What? Like, be for real. I need you to be honest with me.
He should
If
have
it was
would you
anything apart from
What?
Black Whip and transmission of Fajin, I get it. But where the hell do you get development for Danger Sense or Smokescreen, like Aniki mentioned?
Now, you know what? Let's go through all these hoes. As a matter of fact, let's start from Black Whip. You've seen him progress with that and get mastered that.
And that was the
For
first
multiple
one he
perks.
got.
the first one,
Yep.
and then the second
arcs.
one was it'll be float, and they knew that was coming, so they had trained up for that.
Mhm.
But that moment was not a solo moment because it was also tied to Bakugo's development too. And we already knew he was going to get like flow. We just seen a little bit of the training after the fact. So he already said what it was going to be.
Mhm.
So it did. So we didn't even actually need that. Well, you want a little bit more understandable, but you still got the trainer though. So you really what you complaining for? Then the danger sense. Nigga ain't no training danger sense. He didn't know what it was. It just kept shocking his system. There is no training it. It's a passive ability. Niggas really be acting like, oh, and maybe you can like hone it a little bit more, but Peter Park can't control his spider sense half the time. Depending on what variation you looking at, but most times it's just like a sense, and you kind of like you get a maybe he can sense around and feel a little bit more, but you can't be like, my prediction is that I'm in danger and it's coming at 1,500 like kilometers per hour, like some shit like that. Like, no, it literally awoke and he was like, what the fuck is this shit that keep hitting? Wait, it must be danger sense. Like, and so then we move on to smoke. You niggas need a whole chapter for smoke? Really? Come on now. You want to beg and be like, oh, you want to end it be like, now, young Midoriya, this is a very complicated task. Release smoke from your body. Ugh. Release the smoke. Think of all the things you've been through in your life, and that's how your
Pass
game
the
controls the
gas.
smoke. Like, like, come on now. See, all right, so then and then Fajin was like he knew what it was, but it was like a last risk type beat. It was like, all right, bro, I'm out of options. This is what I gotta fucking do. And then he didn't even master the whole like that. And then that's quite a simple ability. All you gotta do is charge up the energy by moving your body.
Yeah, what I liked about the Dark Deku arc or the Deku Black arc or whatever villain hunt people
No,
call it.
You said it right the first 2 times.
Yeah,
Please,
Deku
not
Black
that ugly
or
name.
Dark
Yeah,
Deku.
like what I like about that arc is that there's this urgency to it. Like he can't just take the time to go through these quirks and work on their particularities. This isn't stuff is going down, like everything is in ruins. You this is your training arc, and that's how I took it, and that's I think the intention. Like that was his training arc, and he is exploring these quirks, but he has to do it while also working. Like that's what I liked about that arc. That's why I thought it was tense, and I don't understand people wanting MHA to be more formulaic and then criticizing it. Like it's so weird. Like it's like they'll say it's unoriginal when it sticks to a trope, and then when it doesn't stick to a trope, they'll criticize it. Like there is no winning.
So real quick, I want to cycle back to something important. When I was on Anime Lately doing a Shonen Ronin episode, because you guys know I do those often, one of the things that I brought up, and I don't know if I remember to bring it up when we were on stream or not, was that Deku, headed out early April, was out, didn't come back till after a month roughly. April is a 30-day month. We know at one point, because of the volume extras that got released in Japan, we don't have them yet, but somebody went ahead and translated them, that Black Whip Danger Sense combo was active 24 hours a day.
Yep.
So if we assume that Deku was doing some form of quirk training, if we take the high-end approach, that means Deku had 720 hours of quirk training in that 1 month. If we say he took some sleep here and there, whatever, we can knock that down 300-400 hours. If you go to a class and you have it every day, and it's a 45-minute class, it takes your 4 years of high school roughly to hit that 300-hour mark on that subject or that field. It takes years to hit hundreds of hours of study, typically, unless you really, 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 really binge and really go really hard. This man crammed a year of training into 1 month with his quirks. And he first used Fajin during the first week of being out there. So when he was fighting that dude in the ocean, he was training Fajin. When he pulled up, and you remember he casually, he wasn't oh, I gotta figure this out. When he was trying to get away from 1A, he was here we go, I built it up. We didn't even get an emphasis on him building Fajin while he was trying to escape 1A. It was just, okay, he's got the stacks. Because he had spent 100+ hours training Fajin in that month alone. And the interesting thing about that is that training with Fajin and having it boost his speed, boost beyond what he normally does with One for All, etc., makes it so that he effectively can already has the mental training necessary to handle going at multiple different speeds with the second user's quirk. Because when he gear shifts down, he's basically dropping down to 5% speed, or he's dropping down to 50% One for All speed. Hell, even if Deku was using 100% of One for All right now, think about what I just said. He locked in basically a year plus worth of training into that 1 month. That was probably more training than he got. That was probably as much training as he got his first year at UA in that 1 month. And so he could be at 100% right now. And it wouldn't even matter because narratively, he put in the work to get there. And we already know Hori does training arcs in the sense that he'll give you the big fights in the training. But after that, he doesn't spend a bunch of time sitting there having them train try to learn stuff. You're not gonna get a Greed Island section in MHA. That's never been how Hori writes.
So
Notice how no one complained when Shigaraki had the same thing, like in My Villain Academia. Like
he literally
no one
fucking
complained
awakened.
that all of the training, that any endurance that the villains built up during their fight with Makia, that was almost all off screen, but no one cared.
Not
That
at all.
endurance that they built up during Makia is why Shigaraki versus the heroes looks a lot cleaner than AFO versus the heroes in regards to just having like that body.
Yeah, and then think about that too. I'm glad Seth brought that up. Think about that too. This is all placed in that final act shit when Shanigga is like that. Whatever the phrase, pretty sure Squid and Aniki know what the phrase I'm talking about. Like now it's like it's all condensed and it's like it's got this sense of urgency and unfulfillment now that it has the final act in 1 year type shit. Niggas are overboard and throwing everything. I was like, all right, bro, y'all doing too much. And right, King of Nation, he writes very similar to Western comics. Cause a lot of times Western, you see, it's funny. This is how I know niggas don't be reading comic books and shit like that either. Because the shit they complain about when it comes over here and like, oh, this is off screen. Like, bro, the shit that Deku did, like when he was like fucking when Deku Black, when he was fighting all these different niggas, and it was just like being shown panel from panel, this that, and the other. I've seen that done in comic books. No, Aniki's read comic books. I know he's seen it. Squid probably seen it too. Stuff I don't know about you, but I've seen that plenty of comic books done time and time again, where it's just a conveyance of they did multiple things to convey the action, so the writer doesn't have to think critically. You know how hard it would have fucking been to keep writing over 4 or 5 different fights for this nigga Deku and keep it fresh and entertaining every single time? Y'all want to put that weight on Horikoshi? How about you think a little bit? That he honestly, he be thinking smart. Y'all niggas be thinking lazy. He be thinking smart. Let me think of a creative way to convey that Deku was doing all this shit, getting his out there in the street and doing all this instead of writing it, putting myself in a corner. Now the fight's gonna get redundant because I have to think of a new way to fight each opponent and run myself into the ground. Because even if it's gonna be like 1 chapter per fight, y'all niggas gonna get mad.
E, since you mentioned comics here, I'm gonna show y'all something because I feel like I've never properly displayed this to y'all. So here's the thing, right? This is the hero show, and what I mean by this is the hero show is check it out. All right, so bunch of My Hero volumes, right? Like this is what 15 through 31.
I see the Deku volume.
Yep.
We know you see
All
it.
right, so we gotta set this down here, and then I'm gonna grab what's behind the hero, the My Hero volumes.
Nafisa, Lisa, Spectral, Alves.
Look at that.
Oh,
She look
So
kind
we
of
got-
mighty.
Superman.
Look at
Nice.
mighty thick,
Comics,
boy.
A Raven comic, some Teen Titans, and there's more. There's even more back here. There's Nightwing from the Tim Seeley run. We got the Grayson arc, which I actually liked, even though he was a spy. That's the Spiral stuff. So if you remember in
That
Young
shit's
Justice season 4, you saw when Dick Grayson and them was doing those international missions, they had the spiral over their face to like hide it. That's taken directly from the Grayson run. So this is common in comics. You don't sit on training arcs because ultimately, if you don't sit on a training arc, it got to have a lot to it.
Honestly, and the more I think about it, and that shit, since we talking about Grace and that shit, nigga, Young Justice, they be skipping damn 5-10 years every fucking season.
Man,
And they go back and explain shit, but every time I see that, I don't see niggas complaining like, man, all this was off screen.
Because these creators don't care about the power levels, they care about the narrative itself.
Exactly. And they run back and they explain shit, and niggas be having whole ass kids or be broken up with other people and different relationships, and they come back a new season like all that was off screen. Is like, well, they kind of expand on it throughout the season because people have unresolved issues, or they just, I don't need to see the, and that's even smarter if anything, because how many times have I seen 2 motherfuckers get together? How about you show me the expansion of their relationship, or is somebody struggling that they're, and then like now I get to see their relationship, how strong it is, how weak it is, and et cetera, et cetera. It's like,
and why they broke up.
Exactly.
If people violating your mental boundaries, you know, it's an issue.
Exactly. And that was held on tight like that whole season, like why they broke up. It was only hints of that, then they finally explode when it was time to actually talk about it. And it came to a head. That's why I'm just like, yeah, see, bro, like, I don't need to be spoon fed everything. Like, it's like a lot of times niggas like, oh, off screen is off. Like, all right, bro, go read some comics. I want you to say the same shit. That's a difference in writing and medium. It's just like, and it's the same shit when I be talking about, all right, bro, y'all don't do the same shit with Fujimoto, bro, or y'all do the same shit as much with Gege or other people. And I'm gonna start keep using that, and I don't care how pissed people get, because guess what? Y'all want to keep calling all y'all want to play favorites and have biases and all. Oh, I expect better. Well, guess what? I'm gonna start, well, y'all let this nigga slide with that. It's like, hey, bro. And when it comes to like shit, the MHA, like with the Shinso shit, or the way the world has been built so far, hey, if you in a relationship with somebody for over 8 years, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years, and you can't trust the nigga to go to the store or understand what they doing, their language or how they communicate at this fucking point, you need to check yourself and not the person. I promise you.
Mm-hmm.
Because at that point, it should be quite a damn issue. I'm pretty sure everybody in here is at least over a year's worth or two. And you're not is over a year's worth to 5 years to 8 years deep in the story. And it's been what? We got 370 chapters. At the point of 300, I already built up the world. I don't need to spoon feed you every fucking thing.
East, did you check the chat?
Which chat?
Someone brought up something I mentioned to you earlier.
What was it?
About Oda.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, King of Nation. Oda does the same kind of stuff against the past. The nigga literally say, hey, bro, I just off-screen shit because I could put it in the anime.
Not to spoil people, but I'll use 2 buzzwords. One, Zoro and Wano.
Man,
The ending of that, oh my god, trash. Yeah, Oda doesn't get the same shit that Hori does. And I wonder why.
And here's a really annoying excuse that I see commonly is people are like, well, Hori set this standard, so we're holding, and I'm like, no, you're not. Because some of the stuff you're saying doesn't line up with anything. It's like when people say, oh, well, like people will be like, Hori is writing completely differently than he used to. And then go on to say that the Dark Deku arc had a bunch of parallels to previous arcs. So how can he both be honoring all the past arcs and writing completely differently from his past arcs?
It's inconsistent arguments. It makes no sense. Like you could debunk every single person's argument immediately.
Like, the statement itself immediately contradicts itself. Yeah. You can't argue with the contradiction. And even if you point that out, it just doesn't matter. They're like, no, I'm not contradicting. And I'm like, yes, you are. Yeah, because if I look at, for example, and this is how like that the unreleased like Dark Deku video, because it ended up being like 50 minutes long, and I was like, damn, this is a slog, and I might have to go back and redo it or try to find a way to like shorten it or maybe do it in parts or something. I don't know. But when you look at the whole point of the giant villain getting that run back, it was Deku seeing like the big villain being active, and this time instead of standing on the spotlight sidelines watching somebody else do it, it was him taking action. When you look at what happened with Muscular, you got that run back of him having to like fight him and go all out. Instead of him just going all out, Braun, you got to see his progression as a fighter. That is what that existed for, to show you the development of Deku's technical prowess from where he was to where he is now. Especially because if you think back to it, Bakugo dog walked Deku in the exercise because he had 0 technical fighting capabilities whatsoever, outside of being able to do a smooth judo throw. He had that one judo throw, and that was purely based off knowing a bunch about him. After that, Bakugo dog walks him. So we got to see him be a competent combatant. You get the fight between him and the Gaunt. That wasn't even actually about the fight or him being a potential assassination victim. That was about understanding the source of the disillusionment that many heroes were going through and many people have gone through after seeing and being within the muck, and forcing Deku to come to terms with the fact that he needs to think about what society is, how it's structured, and the lies that hold it in place, and whether that's the kind of society that he wants to have going forward. And we see at the end of the arc, when he says, we'll get everything back and then make it better, he's already acknowledging that. That's why Ippon Jose, or Ordinary Girl, when she shows up, she's like, thank you, you saved me, this is what you did for me, you're my crybaby hero, woo, woo, woo. We see a mutant coming forward, we see a child coming forward, we see people that Deku saved, that acknowledgement that like, yes, Deku still cries, yes, Deku still has that soft spot in him that he's always had, but now he is the hero that he's wanted to be. So we get that progression on why we get Uraraka fighting for him to get back into UA the same way she did, reaffirming that she's always been there to be his protector. She's always the one who holds him down when it comes down to it at the end of the day. That's why it's so funny that people try to act like her character is like so wrapped around him, where in reality, he ain't shit without her. That's why when we got that cover page of them with the tarot lovers card, he was asleep in her arms.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
Because she takes care of him.
hey, boss.
That's my favorite one. I mean, right next
She
to
wears the
art
pants in this
exhibit.
relationship.
So,
Right next to the exhibit art where they're just
Yeah.
falling in the sky. Like, oh my gosh,
So-
Horikoshi.
so the add-ons to that, so
Agreed.
one thing about that in the light novels, this is why Ochiko's best girl, right? So there was this dude that I think he was like I forgot the exact all the details, right? But he was like taking panties or whatever, but it wasn't what you think. All right. It was just like he was trying to go on this girl he liked and this, that, and the other. And Ochiko was a lot more supportive of him and a thing like that. And then you know how Momo is. She's not she's the more prudish, but she's not like bad like that. But she's like, I don't think I could be with a guy like that. You know, Froppy, she's like, whatever. And then like Ochiko's like, you know, sometimes some people just need somebody to hold them down. That's basically what she essentially had said. It's like, you know, and then like you kind of like first thing out, I don't know what they did, but it kind of made you think of Deku. But that's the thing about that. So another misconception too, which is a tweet I saw, which is like kind of pissed me off. If niggas was talking about motherfucking Horikoshi don't know how to write a victim bully relationship, and they took the panel of Shigaraki saying that Bakugo was the closest to Deku. Now, that's actually correct, and then what like he knows like Bakugo is the closest to Deku, and what's bullshit they saying he don't know how to write a victim bully relationship. Nigga, the entire key of their relationship has been about that from the start. They even had a fight about this shit, and Deku said, "Why I still stuck around you, even though you were a dickhead." Which is why I don't know what Deku was supposed to say after the apology, but I don't know if people forgot that fight or what. But Deku wasn't waiting on a Bakugo apology. He let the shit go. But Deku already said his thoughts on Bakugo and why he kept sticking around, even though I already got treated like shit by you. But you were the symbol of Victor. When I think of Victor, I think of you, nigga. But you're still an asshole.
And think about that. One of the cutbacks they had when he was talking about that was Bakugo fighting fourth graders as a first grader. Which, first off, why are you jumping a first grader when you in fourth grade? Bakugo had every right to beat them kids up. Second off, like, okay.
He should have run their pockets, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
If you
First of all,
That
hey
was
Tarnish. I just want to say that because he's
hey.
here.
Look,
Oh, what up, Tarnish?
That's
Oh,
so
Menace
funny.
himself.
oh shit! Look who showed up.
But look, not only that Deku see that kind of stuff grown up, but like Bakugo, like even during final exams, Deku was like, "You don't get to give up. You are the one person in this world not allowed to surrender." And we saw Bakugo carry that through when he was like, "Can I be like you, Izuku? Can I catch up to you? Because you better believe." And I wouldn't even be surprised if we get back, like if the anime takes a little liberties with that and throws in that flashback to Deku being like, the person in the world that is always going to win is you, Kachan. You don't give up. And what happened? Bakugo had his arm splintered, gear busted, and he marched forward.
Always pressing through.
Didn't even consider taking the L. Just like right now, Edshot is risking his life to save this man. The man whose name, whose characters in his name translates to burst to victory.
See, like that nigga did not stop, and he kept pushing forward. So that was why that tweet was so stupid to be talking about saying around a victim bully relationship. First of all, Shigaraki's not wrong in general, and plus niggas keep forgetting. Hey, bro, you do realize the only time Shigaraki's really seen these niggas interact when they broke the rules to go save him. Shigaraki, everybody knows you can't do shit without a license, and he knows what happened with the license exam. This is public knowledge. They know big events are going on. Like, oh, so they know, like, they keep up with current news. They even watch a Dead and Rat commercial. So within the story, they know, okay, license exam. No, the kids didn't have their license yet. They went and busted out Bakugo, save this nigga. You part of that group that time. Once again, I seen you in the war. You and this nigga solo together. You come in and say your thing. You sticking together. Then he sacrifices himself for you in the war. It's like, then you two were supposed to be together, and then he was like, yo, Deku was supposed to be here with you. It's like, yeah, bro, you get the sense. This nigga, and then the way Deku reacted after Bakugo got stabbed, yes, nigga, you come to the assumption this guy is pretty close to Deku. And then nigga gonna use that panel and try to like say like, oh, he don't know how to write a victim bully shit. You fucking goofball.
Also, we gotta unpack the fact that because people are like, what, closer than All Might, closer than his mom? Yes,
His
nigga.
mother, Uraraka
Yes.
too.
Because let's unpack this real quick.
That's fire as fuck, King of Nation, real quick.
Sorry.
Yeah, I had to shout that out in the chat.
Sorry about that. Thank you. I want you to ask yourself this directly. If your mom at the age of 5 was basically like, sorry, your dreams are dead, are you going to tell her everything or not? Most of us are going to say no. Most of us, even if we have good parents, don't tell our parents everything.
Sure don't.
Most of us, like, you think, if Inko knew that Bakugo had whooped Deku's ass through most of their childhood, why would she even let him be around Bakugo?
What parent would?
The answer is she didn't. So she can't be the closest one to Deku because there's legitimate boundaries and gaps in their relationship because of her doubting him, because of her not believing in his dreams, not being able to support him, even though, yes, his dreams were unrealistic and to this day would not have been able to come true if he didn't get that quirk and meet All Might. That is all true.
He didn't
damn.
even confide in her about the All Might stuff. He confided to
Yep.
Bakugo first.
Yeah, that was the first. Even then.
And let's unpack well, how can he be closer to the Bakugo than All Might? The nigga he's known for 2 years?
His
The nigga
mentor.
who he
Compared
has
to
a
the person he knew
distorted
since
view
4.
of? Do you not remember what Aizen said to Momo? Admiration is one of the furthest things from understanding.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, speaking of which, that was a one-sided deal anyway. You know how long it took that nigga All Might to tell him, oh yeah, bro, I already knew I was gonna die. They already
Bro,
told me. He had to pull up All Might like,
Now,
hey, bro, you wasn't gonna tell me?
wait. There's a better example to give. Back in Deku versus Kachan Part 2, what was the one thing he told Bakugo? He may have looked up to All Might a lot more, but Bakugo was the one that was most in his life. He was there since he was 4, even before that. So people saying, like, Bakugo may have, even still, Bakugo has had the most impact on him, even if it wasn't the most positive.
Mm-hmm.
You can have
To
a
the
close
extent-
relationship without actually having a good relationship is the thing.
Exactly.
And the thing is too, Shigaraki knows that they're close because Deku was there every time Bakugo was in trouble and vice versa. Like every time Shigaraki made a big move, the first time Bakugo Deku risks everything for Bakugo, Bakugo risks everything for Deku, Deku gets mad on behalf of it. Like all of that happens in front of Shigaraki too. Like Shigaraki at least knows that much. Like right here, out of all the people he's fighting, Bakugo is closest.
I'm gonna put it like this. I'm gonna put it like this. This is how Shigaraki knew, and it's an undeniable fact. Like I would love somebody to try to counter like this. Like it would this what I'm about to say don't make it. I would love somebody. I dare anybody to. If I go smack some nigga you knew and throw him into the ground. So this is your regular friend, and I throw him into the ground, power drive him, and you get mad with some tears in your eyes, like I won't stand for this. Now I go ahead and I smack the living daylights out of your mama, your sister, your brother, one of your family members, or your girlfriend, husband, boyfriend, whatever it be. And you come at me with no pupils in your eyes, your hair rises to the sky, and there's a darkness filling your entire body. I'm going to assume you care about one person more than the other. When Gran Torino got his ass donut punched, he was mad and he charged at him, yes. But he was just like, like regular. When that nigga Bakugo got stabbed, oh, psych nigga, that nigga turned into somebody else. And that's exactly why he was trying to kill Bakugo specifically when he said, maybe it's a good thing I don't have my quirks. I can leave back a corpse present for Izuku Midoriya. Then he said, oh, look, now that I've done this, he's going to rage and I can snap his back. But Mario stopped him. That was the point. You're not like, he literally thinking. So that, like I said, that tweet so fucking stupid because it's like, bro, under the impression I'm getting, you definitely care about this nigga a lot. And I keep seeing y'all niggas together time and time again. If every time I see you with this one nigga, I'll come to the understand like y'all must be pretty close.
I mean, honestly, like he's seen Deku go hard to save him in Camino.
That ass, like
He,
I said,
like he literally said, "Yo, why is it always you? Like, why are you always the one here?"
exactly. Like I said, he knows they broke the rules to go save this nigga because he knows they don't have no license. This is not some private knowledge. Like this is public knowledge. You can't do shit without a hero license, and then a provisional license exists, and then everybody knows when the exams are held. Like it's like a fucking draft pick, like it's just like draft season. Everybody knows when it's held. It's not no secretive. Now we have this new cast. Like no, they know all this. So he knew.
Yo, question: is the sports festival like they can't hear what people are saying, right? Like,
I think they have
Okay.
mics. I think they have mics.
because like it's recorded. Shigaraki was watching it. Like, wasn't Bakugo raging about like not being able to stand up to Deku? He was like, "Yo, you use your
Damn
flames
nerds.
Yeah, he's like you use your flames against Deku, but not me, so it don't even matter if I can't fucking fight you like that."
Right. Like he's always stayed in competition with them. And like low key Shoto really should have used his flames because like on a technical level, Bakugo was outclassing him. Like
Sure.
from a technical combat perspective, it was crazy.
But so like I kind of peeped what y'all was talking about in the middle of the conversation. So y'all talking about that tweet about Bakugo being like closest to him.
Yeah,
and
the
why,
one with the Shigaraki.
and why there was that one. So are y'all talking about like the quote retweet where somebody said like Hori like doesn't know how to write those relationships?
Yeah.
But
I figured as much.
It goes deeper than that for me.
Yeah, that was a little shady.
Because my thing with that is that everybody wants the bully route to be linear as hell. They want it to be like they hate each other, they ops forever. And my issue with that is most people who have any form of like emotional maturation and growth have at least one person in their life, even if they're not still friends, that they didn't get along with at some point, and then they got back, and then they ended up getting right with them.
Yep.
So it's like, have you hated everybody you've ever interacted with or had a negative interaction with forever in your life? If the answer is yes, I'm gonna tell you to seek some help, just because like there's no way every single person you had a negative interaction with in your life just is like that deserving of scorn and hatred forever. So you need to work on that. But
wait, you know one moment in particular that really shows like how close they are, and this is a moment where they weren't even cool. It was in the sports festival when Bakugo said, "I'm gonna win." Everybody thought he was just being an asshole. Like, oh, he's just doing his thing. That's just what he does. Like, fuck this guy. Deku was like, nah, he's challenging himself. He wants y'all to come at him. And then they did that little shoulder bump. It's moments like that where you're like, okay, like it's like a level of familiarity. Like that one person that just understands you, like even if you know what I'm saying, you're not really cool with them, like you know this person, like it's mandatory. They've known each other since kindergarten, like that.
Like bro, like I said, like I've known my godson. Shout out to my my goat. I know my godson's dad since elementary school up until now. We've been out of high school for 6 going on 7 years. I know this nigga for like over a decade, like 14 years, whatever. It's like if you know somebody that long, bro, you start knowing a lot of shit about them. All right, ups and downs, ins and outs. You start really knowing a lot of times like about them. So I know if like I know he has telltale signs. So I know of like like he and it's like their upbringings or how they operate. So him being like he'll go on to do things himself, and he won't ask for support. That's just a factor of how he grew up with his brothers and having to be the one to struggle on his own and had to get it out himself. It's just like he won't like they'll ask for help in different type of ways instead of blatantly saying it. You know what I'm saying? It's like different ways of doing different things. Like he knows what Bakugo is actually about. But if you just come off like if he's just a new nigga, like the niggas in UA, I just met him, they think he a cocky dickhead. He is, but at the same time, it's like it's deeper than just that. There's reasons he does the things he does.
It worked in the reverse too, because Bakugo was genuinely like, yo, like when Deku first got his quirk, he didn't know. He was like, yo, bro, I've literally known this guy my whole life, and he has done nothing. Like, and now all of a sudden you just you bugging out, like you just got a quirk, like. And he was telling Ida, like, yo, does he have a quirk? Like, this don't make no sense.
And like that's the other thing too, right? Is that it's like Bakugo knew about One for All. Bakugo is the only one who knew that they were quirkless. Bakugo is his primary sparring partner. Bakugo is the one who actually, because like if you think about it, Deku used shoot style in front of All Might, and All Might was like, "Oh, you're doing great." Bakugo was like, "There's too much wind up, and you didn't do a good job of blending your punches and kicks." Actually gave him something to work with and improve upon. So it comes into like Bakugo was able to see where it needed to improve and was willing to, it was capable of acknowledging the growth itself. All Might is constantly like, it's good to give him positive reinforcement, yes, but you also have to show him where those errors are and then like point him in the right direction. All Might was vague booking. He was like, "You're imitating me too much."
Nah,
he
you know,
just said, like, come on.
I don't even think he was really vague booking. I feel like he really just, I don't know, something off about All Might. Like that 6 out of 5 in intelligence was cap. It was cap.
No, he not. No, they was talking about combat. They wasn't talking about actual common sense and shit like that. That nigga don't got all that. He a genius when it come to combat, but other than that, he a big doo-doo.
Combat knowledge.
He a big buffoon outside of that.
What's the term for guys that are really kind of, you know, lightheaded or something like that? It's
airheaded? Yeah, All Might airhead.
All Might is a bimbo. He's a himbo.
yeah, bimbo. That's it. Thank you. That's the word.
You should just say blonde hair and big tits.
Oh, yeah, okay. My bad. Oh.
I mean, that's a stigma behind it. So you would have said
that was my mistake. That was my mistake.
All Might is definitely a bimbo because in Deku Black, he saw all the peacefulness in the crowd and how happy everything was, and he said, "I can't be here." He left for no reason.
Over dramatic ass nigga.
Yeah, but I just read the chapter. I didn't read the scans, but I just read the chapter. Yo,
I never got to see your opinions on it.
Yo, discuss. He out here going crazy with that speech.
Boy, advisors.
Yo, listen, like that's crazy. And yo, did y'all talk about that rock lock moment?
We gave it a bit of
yo, bro. Listen, like people can say whatever they want, like, yo, this is out of pocket. It is out of pocket. It's very out of pocket. But to me, that moment with Rocklock really shows, one, how gone the mutants are, that they're not even realizing who they're talking to, and two, how different the world really is. Because honestly, like MHA is in the future for the most part, so like maybe people really aren't that heavy on black people no more, and they switched over to the mutants. Like,
bro, MHA is like 200 years ahead of us, bro. Like,
so here's a cool, and I use the term cool very loosely here.
Very badass.
Which is interesting because we have Thomas in the call, and you'll see why. So when Irish people came to America,
I see.
Yeah. So this is already getting spicy. So when Irish people came to America, they were heavily discriminated against to the extent that, you know, many of them took the O off their first name. Because like if you had like O'Shaughnessy, it was like, oh, he's Irish. Ha ha. You suck.
No,
like instantly, boom.
I remember there were like signs that were like no, like I believe it was like no Negroes or Irish.
And so what they did to the Irish though is that they racially profiled and heavily discriminated against the Irish people. And then they turned around and basically told the Irish people, your enemies are the blacks. And then they made the Irish people be cops in black areas.
Yep, they heavily integrated into the police force, and they started to police mostly immigrant areas and black neighborhoods. Yes, very much.
So
you're basically acting as enforcers for wealthier merchants.
Yeah. So they basically, to build upon the racism and indoctrinate Irish people into the Americanized racism, said, you're here and we're putting you on the bottom. But guess what? You're only on the bottom of white folks. You're still better than the darkies. And that was how, and that's kind of how society is structured. Where, and this is one of the things that like at the end of Wano was said, which is kind of true in the way that it's an unfortunate truth, but discrimination often breeds a form of stability for some folks. Like that's why, like, for example, especially if you're on Black Twitter, you see people getting called broke all the time because Black people will be like, a lot of Black folks will be like, I may experience racism, but at least I'm not homeless. Those homeless people are beneath me. And so people are always looking to put someone beneath them. And so in turn, what society will do is to make someone that was excluded feel included. They'll give them a new discriminatory target or pick somebody else to be racist against. This is also why, like, you get that Latin American and Black tension sometimes, because they'll, give an immigrant these jobs that are horrible and then tell them Black people are lazy because they don't want to work these jobs for the crappy pay.
Yeah.
Not realizing that they're getting scammed by their boss and being directed and having misdirected anger. This is where a lot of that, and the same thing applies to a lot of, we'll say, lower class economically white people who live out in the country. This is how they kind of, where they don't have those opportunities. And then the media comes on and is basically like, those dangerous city Negroes are causing all the problems. The Mexicans are taking your jobs, blah, 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 all that. And then they fall for it because it makes them feel better. Like, I'm not the bad guy. I'm in this bad position, but I'm not a bad person. So that's
I just want to add
kind of would have happened with MHA society more than likely. Mutants being a lot more visibly different became that new bottom rung. Yep. And everybody else was able to move up. So Black people might have started getting treated less terribly just because mutants exist. And it's kind of like that shifting social ladder, except there's always somebody being thrown to the bottom. And if you live in places like India, for example, even though it's like, I think officially was supposed to have ended, there's still like remnants of the caste system ideology still, and some people still push for it. I've heard people say that getting rid of the caste system was a mistake, and that but you have like that going on. So the idea that them saying that's a rock lock might be kind of an indication of that, but it's that idea that there must always be somebody on the bottom, and therefore turn your scorn towards them for whatever reason.
So Squid, before you go real quick, it's just like in every other movie when an MC comes and it's a new nigga on the block, and it's always that one nigga that you really can't trust. This is like, stick by my side, buddy. And I know the roots around here. You're new. I'll show you the ropes, but he's really the bottom scoundrel ass nigga, and he's just trying to use the new nigga to come up on top. That it's kind of like that, low key. It's just like, I know everybody's seen this trope before. It's like a trope. New nigga's the MC. He coming to a new foreign area. It's just one nigga that's like on the bottom of the totem pole, and he comes in and he's like, put his arm on his shoulder, all buddy, just so he can use the new nigga to boost his like social economic or social status, basically. In a sense.
And I was gonna add something. Lyndon B. Johnson had a great quote where if you could convince the lowest, like the poorest white man that he's better than the most like wealthy and affluent colored man, he'll let you scam him. That's the thing. Like, people buy into this, and that's why class solidarity, racial solidarity is very important, because at the end of the day, they're using these divides so the working class doesn't, get their fair share of the pie. There's a reason the war on drugs came with the rise of new federalism.
It's crazy. That rock lock scene is definitely an indication, like, of everything we're talking about, because Horikoshi's not stupid, and Rocklock is the only like Black person for real in the manga. He chose to put him in that scene, and like bro specifically said, people with human faces just don't get it. So they're going deeper than just skin color and shit like that. There's human beings.
You gotta think, bro. Is easily 200 years past our time, and they have evolved with mutants. Like, if Black people are the easiest one to discriminate against or have against again, like, imagine mutants. They're even easier. And it's like, so it's much more, and like Skeptic, I wouldn't go get the details, but I don't feel like going to search it up, scrounge it up. Skeptic was really talking about heavy about all like the population and discriminatory, like, and all the acts against these niggas. So shout out to B June. I forgot to bring this up, but I saw a tweet, right?
Bro, we got speeches this chapter about this shit too from this.
I was just about to talk about this real quick. For the love of God, I'm talking to this goddamn family. Y'all better not do that thing where we should have gotten this as an arc or this, that, and the other.
Oh, it's already happening.
Oh no, but I mean this specific. Due to this specifically, the 6-6 incident and the Great Jeddah Purge. We know what those are definitely referring to, Order 66, and the Great Jedi Purge type beat. But that was a very interesting tidbit where like that just shows once again the world building, which is so crazy. Like this is just how they were doing blacks and slaves and shit like that. Like they was out there just killing niggas, and he literally said,
I mean, there's Rosewood, there was Tulsa.
It was like the 6-6 incident and the Great Jeddah Purge. It was just you were going around killing people, just saying, well, that nigga was gross. That's why I killed him, and you suffered no repercussions. Like, look at those panels, bro. They literally put niggas in the ground. Like,
that's really fucked up. Like, no funny shit.
And
yo, bro, we're finally getting like the MHA racism arc or moment. No, that's crazy.
And bro, when I look at it again, they're wearing jumpsuits, so it's almost like how they had the black people doing those camps and shit back in the day.
Lynching mob.
Convict release, like those programs, like after the Civil War, like during Reconstruction period.
Oh, bro, they got,
or was it worker release?
I think, bro, it was like that movie with Eddie Murphy.
Bro, they are literally 15,000 deep. They got PLF people mixed in with civilians. They're tweaking right now, bro. Listen, they got any quirk you could think of.
bro, Mike was about loud. Shout out loud. Then the nigga was like, meat shield, nigga. Then the other nigga got thrown to the side.
Yo, bro, y'all just seen what that loud voice did in the anime too. That shit ain't no joke.
Bro, a nigga said, homeboy said, meat shield.
Yo, I just brought it up. Speaking of that episode, that shit was amazing. Amazing.
Let me be the first to speak, all right? Now, I wasn't the main one shitting on Bones, all right? I just said I didn't have no trust in him. I didn't really care about the anime. My main thing was always I wanted to open it. Shout out to them niggas for the opening. They did their job on the ending. And damn, shouts out to them niggas on the anime. They came through with that shit, boy. I'll be the first to let them niggas know. Shouts out to you niggas. I really had no faith, but I really care either way. Bro, niggas did that.
So you know what was wrong for me? You know what was wrong for me?
What?
The way they handle Black speech bubble.
Yo,
that was because
wait. Are we talking about the anime? I just did that. Oh,
yes.
Let's go. I want to talk about it.
So the way they handled Black speech bubble was brilliant. And my favorite thing was watching, because like I peeped an anime only tweeting about it. They was like, no, what did he say? And then like I was like checking the quote tweets and somebody was like, I swear he said Toya Todoroki. I swear. I don't know. And I'm like, ooh. So I was, because like even I was looking at the mouth flaps, like, did they actually try to match the mouth flaps to Todoroki there?
Yeah, like you could tell.
And I'm like, oh, look at this. Because like mouth flaps usually are a little indiscriminate because it's really hard to get them to like, it's a really detailed and finicky thing that it's like most people aren't actually going to care.
Oh, bro.
But
you can kind of see Todoroki Toya being shown.
So my thing is that one, seeing anime onlys get excited for this, and then knowing that this is going to be like episode 11, 12-ish, where we get the Dobby's dance. I'm just like, oh my God, they're going to explode.
I can't even imagine what
they are going to explode.
Oh, it's going to be...
Bro, honestly, yo, listen, the way Shigaraki woke up in the anime, it gave me...
And he fell?
It gave me the same chills as the manga. It gave me the same sense of fear, dread.
All the...
I love that they restructured the Tokoyami scene.
Yes.
And so I was talking about this. I think I just like shout out like 2 little tweets about it, but the way that they shifted the Tokoyami scene is, in my opinion, ideal. Week to week reading this and getting like these perspectives, it's whatever. Reading it in the manga is whatever. When you're watching it, sit down.
feels so different in the anime. It really does. Like all these chunks that we get of content.
Right.
This
So having Tokoyami's thing be like one small, like kind of exist in a vacuum, because we're gonna have, especially because the trailer showed him with the to me Makia, which I still love because I always like every time I think of that scene, I think to me Makia, but like I hear it in the Xavier, like to me, my X-Men.
yeah,
Like that's always how I hear it.
I can't wait to hear that shit.
I'm gonna be honest. I have been in the server as well. I have been pushing the fact that it's probably copium and hopium that season 6 will be great. And yesterday, the week before that, I've been shown time and time again I was right to be optimistic, and this week's episode was so good.
Man, this shit was.
It was amazing.
Oh, bro,
ever.
Ujiko's monologue, y'all already know. I gotta talk about that. The voice
Bro.
actor, bro, Ujiko's voice actor in the anime is amazing, bro. That's exactly.
So
bro,
that's the other thing too with
Lily,
the way they cut his monologue with the dream sequence.
Mm-hmm.
Bro,
bro.
the way he was laughing while Mike was holding.
Okay, so you know what? The fluidity when he was like going to the machine and he was moving, he was like awaken. That's it. And then that shit got busted, bro. The way Shigaraki fell out that tank,
It's so fluid.
bro. That shit, they didn't have no reason to do it like that. What reason did they have to even do it like that?
He deserved it. There is no reason. They don't need.
It's like Makima with the tie, tying the tie. Like there's no need to do this, but you did it anyway.
Bro, it was crazy that at that moment I peeped. I'm like, yo, honestly, they gonna spend all the budget on Shigaraki this season.
I did not expect Mike to look that good too. Like for Mike to actually have what I think is the highlight of the episode is actually insane.
They threw him just like Horror did him justice. I'm so happy because I was always more of a Mike fan. I still fuck with Eyes All Heavy, but I was always like a Mike fan. I'm like a lot of people. So ever since DJ Punch, I was like, my nigga got his respect. Because I remember back during the war arc was going, niggas was like, everybody thought Isaiah was gonna die. It was like, no, take Mike. We don't give a fuck about it. Take Mike. We'll give a fuck about him.
Yo, take Mike though, for real. Yo, I ain't gonna lie.
Like, so Mike exists in this weird spot because like I'm not that attached to him, but he's my baby sister's favorite teacher, so automatically he gotta stay.
Well,
she was like, I was like, who's your favorite teacher? She was like Banana Head, and I'm like, what?
You might want. I'm gonna let you know now. Listen. Like I said before, the kids are off the chopping block, but the adults, yeah, you might want to go ahead and give her prep her up for, because I'm sorry about that. It ain't looking too sweet. They get Kurogiri.
It's crazy that Mike knew they was coming for Kurogiri. Like, I mean, Spinner said it out loud, but he was just like, to the Kumo.
And okay, also I'll say that the no moves have been done really well. Like, the internal monologue of the woman no move.
Oh my! The smile at the end.
Like the way they did that, like that demon time, like bro.
No, for no reason on this earth did they have to go that hard on the no move.
I love the voice.
So glad they did though.
Bro, Marco, this episode 2 was fantastic.
Why did I sit there?
Had a good impression.
She was like, make me feel good. I was like, hey, yo.
You can tell the voice actress was having fun too. Yeah. Like, ooh.
Rereading the manga with those voices gonna go crazy.
Yeah, I know, right?
They were throwing the mixes in that motherfucker.
The best part about the no moves is watching the anime reactions and seeing everyone react to women's like legs.
Yes.
Did they have the same reaction that a lot of folks in the fandom
they had
did?
to say they're like they didn't have to give them that big of an ass, even though it's just legs, but still.
Bro,
that was a busted thighs. I was like, yeah, that fits.
Yeah, bro, that shit turned into a different manga when women started breaking down. As I was, she was like, "Who is it that's got me? Like, this don't make no sense. Like, he didn't touch me. He didn't touch me." Right? I'm like, "Yo, bro, that's a good deduction."
That's
like,
legit. That was legitimately one of the most terrifying moments in the manga because if you think about it, so I love I both love and hate what happened here. So one of the things that I like about My Hero is that Hori seldom goes out of his way to give things actual plot armor.
Mhm.
Like, as much as people want to be like, oh, like when we had that legendary argument on stream, and I was like, this man has a fire quirk. He has fire resistance. It's not plot armor for him to not die to Dobby's attack. Your criticism is dumb. So the high ends, if they had actually been left unchecked, would have been such a problem.
Mhm.
Like such a problem. And so I applaud Hori because this is a series with competent adults. A lot of stories that have students as the centerpiece do not have competent adults.
Yep.
Bro, what thank God. See, this is why my boss the best. And as he dubbed it, the stay in your lane effect.
Mm-hmm.
That shit, that is probably my favorite aspect about My Hero, probably. The stay in, because I'd be so sick and tired of niggas going to, this is the biggest and worst, most unbreakable prison ever. And one nigga pull up and that shit get broken into in like 2 seconds. I'm like, all right, bro, how the fuck you gonna lock the biggest, baddest nigga up and your shit get folded? And y'all put up a single bit of like any like pressure and like, oh, this is one of the strongest niggas around, or like top tier or head of the heads, and they getting outclassed by a 16-year-old that's fresh on the block. Like, all right, nigga, come on now. But in My Hero, it's always written in a technical way so that if they ever do outsmart a teacher or they ever beat a teacher, it's on technical terms and not a flat out. It's like the Aizawa shit. They're always trying to teach them something like with the things. Certain people won and a lot of them didn't when they they had the little final exams.
Yeah, even Midnight
They
in the
never fall off. Yeah.
He was like,
Yeah.
yo, bro, y'all got better quirks, dead ass. Like dead ass. Y'all just
Yeah,
got
there's like, and that's why Falcon was like, yo, we can still do one. It's like, nah, bro. Y'all took out they wide range niggas and we used our
now
right
you're gonna fuck us up.
Yeah. So now we just gonna let them trip over each other's shoes. We got now we enclose them. Like they using real tactical stuff, and that's the edge. Like a lot of the teachers have. Like it's like, all right, you may have better quirk than me, but I'm more experienced than you. And a lot of times I love how the experience plays out. A lot of times I'm like, well, yeah, they know exactly what they're doing.
Yo, you know, low key,
Aw.
and knows that, bro. He didn't take Sun Eater back. He left that nigga in the field.
Oh,
Also, this
That's a
this
grown man.
episode, if you guys remember, we were talking about the math. We're sitting at that 3 chapter, at least that episode clip. We really are looking at that. Like, okay, so this is the one time where that typical 3-week break is going to function better for English dub watchers than the Japanese fandom. And the reason why I say that is because if we keep this clip up, do you guys remember what I said episode 13 is going to end on?
306, right?
No, heed me, my tireless Nomu.
Yeah.
Oh, they had to break the break.
So think about that. They're going to get 3 weeks off if you're a dub watcher. There's a chance you're going to end up with 3 weeks off. And the end point for your 3-week break is Shigaraki controlled by All For One, laid up on the Nomu, talking about how you gonna put that pressure on the Hero Society?
Bro, right after
Dog.
everything you just watched, the crazy shit. He's like, time to go get my body.
Yeah, it's on top of that. You know, and that's the thing too. Like, once again, I want to keep talking about this real quick. Oh, should I? Yeah, fuck it. I'll throw this in here real quick. I just want to say the extra scenes we got are fucking amazing.
Yo, that was
next episode is gonna end on?
What?
Oh.
If they keep this clip, it's ending on Endeavor pulling up on Shigaraki.
Yep.
that ass.
Bruh.
Yo, anime onlys are gonna go fucking insane when they see that.
Bro,
Endeavor is really popular in the anime. Like they don't give a fuck about his abuse no more. That nigga raw.
bro.
So,
you realize the fact
Paparoki!
you realize the fact that, like I said, they added extra scenes for niggas that don't need extra scenes. You know the fucking sauce they gonna put on goddamn Shigaraki and Endeavor? Oh my god,
bro, those are 2 characters now that always get guaranteed good animation.
certified. So you know they finna put the sauce in the.
They're gonna put that animation Ussy into this.
Oh god,
Yo, bro.
Bonossi.
Yo, next episode is when Makia wakes up too.
Bro, yes.
Yep.
His
Hey,
hand gonna cut. His hand
Oh,
gonna
I'm
cut
talking
through
of
the
the
With the
anime.
toga,
yo,
with the
yo,
toga.
yo, if we
Toga
go,
gonna body like
Bro,
yeah, I ain't gonna hold you.
Toga's gonna get so much respect in the
Oh my
anime
God.
community
I
after
ain't
she
gonna- I ain't
body.
I need them to keep this clip because if the next episode ends on Endeavor pulling up on Shigaraki, then you know what the episode after that ends on?
What?
I still need to see them graduate. You're in the way, Shigaraki.
Mm-hmm.
With Deku pulling up and Bakugo yelling, "It's our turn." Come
Yo,
on, bro.
bro, that's also when we get the scene of him pulling up on them niggas.
Bro, yeah,
That also
yo,
means
listen,
we getting the dog.
yeah,
If we
yo,
get in 2 weeks, we get the dog. Come
Yo,
on,
yo,
bro.
you know what's
I
crazy?
need
And the
y'all to
episode
know.
after that,
I'm
and the
really
episode
peeping
after
right
that,
now
and the
how much
episode after
gas we
that.
was getting. We was getting so much gas week to week, for real.
Bro,
Like,
I need y'all to peep this. Crust is finna have one of the most gas depths ever. Like, bro, he really conveys. Sometimes when I be reading that shit, it be like transcending the manga. I can like see it visualized in the anime format, and I can hear everything. When Crust dies, they gonna put respect on that shit. I really feel like because they gave him extra seeds and shit. So I'm like, they go like they made him look a lot better than Horikoshi did when he was dealing with that fat ass normal and he had a hard counter. Because now it even more so says like, all right, that nigga kept regenerating and I was doing my best, but soon like I had some backup, we pushed his ass back out. And the anime
Them showing like the 8 different segments of Shield that he's stuck in that thing. I was like, all right.
like
No,
he was
even
putting it
he
work.
was
X-Plus,
trying, bro.
though.
He was dead trying, bro. Come on.
No, Why even not X Plus talking got a about my Sakuga man? moment with the lady. Like Woman Nomu was running and she was
Oh.
dodging his
Really,
lasers.
guys? You
Let's
talking
get
about
Bonzo.
my man? You last time we talked about it, you were all trashing him so bad. I was the only one standing there supporting him. Now you
Hey.
see the anime, you look so happy.
I ain't never disrespected Crust.
Leave
No, the king of crust slander is me,
you
hands
finally got a
down.
good word for this.
That's Aniki's bag. That's Aniki's bag.
What's
All
up,
of
I was
the
even
everybody?
nice to
characters
Coda.
in right here are just so good. It's crazy.
Hey yo, was somebody talking good about Coda?
No,
I
bro,
was
chill out.
nice to him today. I was nice to
Finally.
him today.
What?
Mhm.
Oh, bro, that's kind of soft.
That's a bit of
Crazy.
character development on Anaki's
Hey yo,
Anaki's behalf. He's getting the
That's
Bakugo moments
crazy.
for
Bro,
Deku.
it's crazy how X's got slandered for like 2 seconds, but they ran it back. They was like, yeah, that electric shock didn't wake that nigga Shigaraki up. Then he was getting unnecessary slander for a long time. It's like, you dumbass nigga, why didn't you just blow up the machine and this, that, and other? It turns out it's like,
Bro, he was
well,
dead.
the electric
Come
shock
on.
didn't the electric shock didn't wake him up. What happened was his hatred woke him back up.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh, my fault.
Hey,
Yo,
hey,
Okay,
I love-
first off,
I didn't know you
I'm
were
gonna be real with
cool
you. I'm
like
gonna be
that.
real with you. And I hope I didn't, because in my opinion, when I thought that shock woke him up, my stance on that was, damn, Exless really got punished for doing the right thing.
Yeah.
Like,
Yo, bro,
Yeah,
the
no.
anime, I love and hate the anime because they kind of emphasize the shock too much. Honestly, now that we know why he really woke up, but like, it just makes so much sense. Like, he needs an electric shock. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's how he woke up.
Yeah, but there is no
wait,
resuscitation
wait.
device
They
in
changed
there. Like he
They
doesn't
changed it.
just need an electric shock. Like
They
there was
changed
a
it.
whole device in that machine to wake Shigaraki up and everything. But like some water and electricity ain't gonna cut it. I'm sorry.
Okay, guys. So it is electricity that woke up Shigaraki, not his hate.
no, it was his hate.
No. Let's clarify. It's literally the hate that woke him back up.
Like, which I'm amazed. I just know that that's going to become a meme.
Yes.
Like, I don't know how manga fans didn't run with this,
What's gonna be a meme?
but like the fact that Shigaraki was awoken by his hatred, because that should have gotten Shigaraki a bunch of player hater ball edits.
Exactly.
I think
Like,
I see. I
It
think I
will
see
in
what-
the anime. It will in the anime. Don't worry.
so
It will be next episode for
yeah,
sure.
Since we talking about that, right? So I want to talk about this. Although everybody who knows that I am the one who knocks, I am the danger. If you see one of the greatest shows of television ever created, Breaking Bad,
I am the one who
I
knocks.
keep seeing memes where they talk where Hank is in the where fucking Walter's in the car and they keep talking about exes.
Run, Exes! Run! He's gonna take your trip. Exes,
Exactly.
run!
Dog.
And it's like, and then see the door one is like, No, Exorcist. No.
Yo, I'm not gonna hold you. Yo, Exorcist cake looks so juicy in the anime too.
I know.
No. I'm the
I've been
opposite. Like,
bad,
run,
bro.
Shigaraki, run. Endeavor's gonna ruin your drip. Run.
That's it.
look,
No, I was crying.
I've been
son.
Wait,
sitting
somebody's gonna
here
ruin drip.
jumping chapters by threes. And first off, Hori was really in his bag when he was structuring this arc.
He
Like
was.
really in his bag.
Bro, he went heavy.
Because I want y'all to understand something. I think like episode 8 or 9, it's actually going to end with the newscast.
That's gonna be, bro. That's gonna be crazy, son.
Yeah, you remember when I was reading the cities off one by one on stream? It's ending with that in like 3 or 4 episodes.
Bro, I
With
don't know.
Makia busting through the peaceful ass, bro.
Yo, these niggas, yo, that Jordan meme, I'm back. That's what Bones was like. Yeah, like, hey, bro, listen, y'all niggas man caught our last season, a little bit slip, but we come back for y'all this season, bro.
They
That
have
shit,
so much to work
They
with
know
now.
what they did last season. You know what they did. You know what they did last season.
you
Yo,
know what's
Hey.
more,
Bones is like, y'all still asleep? Y'all still asleep?
nah,
You know
nah,
the scene with Rock
Bakugo
Lee, where
getting
he takes off
stabbed.
all the.
It's
Wait,
going to
what'd
be
you
an
say?
episode ending.
Oh, absolutely. It has to be.
Like, bro.
I didn't watch the anime, so I'm really the only one who just didn't watch the anime right now.
You need
Shit.
to watch season 6. You need to watch new episodes.
I
They're
was so
really good.
traumatized by season 5 that I didn't.
Nah, that's fair. But you should. Season 6 is being done justice.
So okay, but is there a lot of censorship or not?
No, actually. Like, Mirko is bleeding literally every episode she's in.
Dude, like her injuries like
Oh.
actually made me gasp. Like,
And you know,
her
in the,
foot,
in the
her
manga,
like,
when she's on the
everything just-
floor, you don't see any of like the injuries on her side. In the anime, you do.
like, holy cow, like that actually had me gasping. Just like,
In the manga, you see
Jeez.
also her whole body like.
No, you do. You do. I mean, the injury on the side, like, it's very dark.
Yes.
In the anime, you actually do get the impression, oh, you see her or like bits of her inside. Like, it's gross. I was like, Seth, I had to like pause and just go, oh my gosh.
no, like it's not like, see, when you're reading it, I mean, there's still some graphic scenes, but because when you're reading it, there's action, so you're just going from panel to panel to panel. But in the anime, you watch it, the fluidity, and then you see Endeavor have to patch her up and like all of that. Like that is just that was so much more emphasized to me when you're just forced to watch it. Like, wow.
Yeah, you see that chunk
No, the thing about in the manga, I remember how it was because you saw her literally snapping heads, kicking brains out, and you saw the brain splashing. You know what I mean? Like, it was really
Honey.
it was on steel page.
Boca!
Like, contemplate it. You had to contemplate it. Yeah, it was. You know how violent, like, the character of that moment. You knew that it was killed or being killed. You know. It was the first time that we saw something like this in My Hero Academia. Like, you felt that it was really, if she did the wrong move, she would have lost everything at that moment. That's one of my favorite part of the arc. It's really set the tone for the whole arc. It is the Miracle going in on herself.
So
If I'm not mistaken, because I watched the movie 100 times, the OST that's used for Humorize was used for Mirko when she got the impaled, right?
I think so, but
That
they
was such
also,
a banger
they
of an
also
OST.
they also used some movie OST for Twice.
Yeah,
For Twice Dying, there was some
Yeah.
OST.
I am so glad they have Yuki Hayashi on this. Like,
exactly.
just
So
oh
I
my
want to say
gosh.
this. I want to say this too.
both of them, quite frankly.
I want to say two things. All right.
So one thing,
For I segue into the next one, because this is going to be a real big topic, right? I just want to say, you see, this is what I come here for. I come here for the gas, the good times, the laughs, and the gushing. I ain't coming here to yell at niggas all the time. I don't do negativity, bro. Like, I don't do all that shit. I come here for the good time. This is what I come here for, not to yell at niggas. I come here to gas and gush and talk about things I love. I don't know. Other people thrive off negativity, but that ain't me, son. I'm loving having and talking about this. The fact that we get to be here right now in this time and day and age, and all of everybody come together through circumstances. Thank God for the internet. It may be a cursed place, but honestly, I can see the beauty in a lot of things, and this is one of the most beautiful things ever that we can really gas up and talk about this shit. And one of us niggas live in the same state. Some people live in different countries. We got viewers from all around the world. Honestly, this is what some of the most amazing times I've ever made of. So speaking of which, I want to talk about this. We talk shit time and time again about this war, how they gonna do this, bones in the bud. I will always give respect where respect is due, especially after shitting on you. That fucking dream sequence, son. Word to my mother, I was blown the fuck away. Them niggas added shit, bro. Yo, them niggas were finna get
yo, honestly, bro, I was so in tune with it from the moment it started because of that theme they use, yo. Shigaraki's theme in the anime. If you know, you know. Like that shit is heat. That shit is called Smooth Criminal, I think, or something like that. Like
that's
no lie,
criminal.
bro.
I need an ending with him making like the moonwalk.
If they keep this clip, guess what episode 12 is in and on?
What? Tell us.
Compressed reveal.
I'm walking away. I'm walking away.
I hope we somehow kind of make all of that more clean. That is like the only thing about this arc is like the end of it is just a lot at once.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't know how they could, but
even better. Episode 13 at this clip ends on this impending void era will give rise to a more perfect demon lord.
Ain't no way.
Ain't no way.
Bro, if they keep this clip, they finishing off on that.
Ain't no way.
At this point, I'm just waiting for the Deku versus Shigaraki fight. And I am so excited. After watching this episode, seeing how they had the Mirko, Endeavor, Aizawa cross throwing the shield too.
Hey, listen, they better put some extra respect with Shigaraki beating everybody ass before Deku put the pause on that nigga. Oh nah, I'm gonna need Shigaraki beating everybody ass because Deku do.
Honestly, bro, like so many things happened that literally like Shigaraki standing on Endeavor's chest in the anime. Oh my god, that's just
I can't wait this to happen. Literally, I can't wait this to happen.
It's really, bro. The reason why I'm so excited is because like it hits different when something gets animated. Because then when something gets animated, everybody has access to it. Like not everybody want to manga. So now after
not everybody can read.
The true discussion begins.
These are like this is like some of the best content in My Hero. Like this is like some of the best that we've ever gotten to this day. So seeing this get animated and people being able to see like the hype for real, like why we like MHA for real, like on the forefront, like it's just a good feeling.
Now, hey Anaki, can I get some final thoughts? And I gotta wrap up soon.
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I have to head off to actual church soon. So, okay. So, as far as the chapter goes, I think it's a solid B plot. My expectations for this from the beginning were like middling. It's a delicate issue, so I both didn't want Horikoshi to go too hard on it, but I also didn't want him to go not hard enough. I think this is fine. I'm excited to finally have Shoji step up, and I'm excited to see. I really feel for Spinner. He's a tragic character. He's not a leader. He's a follower, but he's like thrust into this position now. Like it's a really interesting conflict. So I'm hoping everything turns out well there. As far as the anime goes, I do want to say that. Okay, the Tokoyami moment, I understand why they had to rearrange it. I do, because the manga jumped around a lot, and that cliffhanger, I don't know, you guys probably don't even remember this, but Tokoyami and Hawks were left on the roof for like a month. Yeah, I know. And like, so I get why they rearranged the moment, but I do like that Tokoyami and Endeavor are like, they're set as a parallel to each other very subtly. for purposes of Hawks, and we didn't quite get that in the anime. Like Mirko's going like heroes don't give up. They never give up. And then that's where you get Endeavor and Tokoyami doing their joint stave moment. So that's more relevant to the manga like right now, technically. But you know what? Like, so long as next week is good, I really don't care. And it's honestly a minor moment. Like Tokoyami is a side character, so my expectations are tempered overall anyway. But anyway, yeah, those were my thoughts. It was really fun this week, and thanks guys for having me.
No problem, man.
Glad to
Thank you
have
for
you
coming by.
on, man.
Stay safe.
Stay
Uh,
safe.
Yo,
Going from one church to another. I see.
Piggybacking off what he said though, when I watched the anime, like it kind of hit me the second time I watched it because I watched the episode twice. But yo, they really left that whole Hawks and Dobby situation on him about to die. Like there was no closure on that in the episode. And there's gonna be a lot of episodes like that where certain things happen, and then there's just no closure on it for a good minute. Like, so now for a week, a lot of people are gonna be like, "Is Hawks dead? Like, is he gonna die?" Like, they don't have that immediate answer that we had, but it's kind of heat. It's still heat.
Agreed.
Look, I'm gonna be real with you. When part of me was trying to cry during the Twice episode.
Hey,
Like it didn't fully happen, but that's normal for me. But it was starting. It was trying to come out. I was like, man.
His voice actor was hitting them notes.
And the score, all of it, bro.
Nah, I did not expect the OST to go that hard. That shit really went hard. Like
really?
Bro.
The OST
Daichi
was amazing.
Listen, I gotta say, the music placement this season is the best it's been since like season 3.
I'm telling y'all,
Yep.
season 5 was a combination of production committee decisions and COVID. And the sooner motherfuckers accept that,
The happier we can be.
The happier we're gonna be. And season 6, being as good as it's been, will start making more sense to you.
It was a fork in the road. It was a fork in the road. Like, you know?
Yeah, it was a bump. You know, sometimes we hit the bumps. That's okay.
And the Toga thing is actually going to be like the end of an episode should be Toga about like attacking Ochako and Ochako being like, "Look, bitch, I'm trying to help people and I'll fold you right now if I got to."
A lot of respect is going to be put on my hero this season.
Wait, can I just say one thing? One thing. Bones, and I remember I saw a tweet about this, and I was thinking it when I finished the episode. I'm glad that people are saying the same. The ending for the Twice episode, where they changed it up to show Twice and Toga, and then when the B hits of that before the chorus, after the chorus, it swaps to Toga. Like that shows that they have so much passion, and the people who still pushing, Bones doesn't have the passion anymore. They don't care about MHA anymore. Season 6 and that is just proving you incorrect.
Yo, listen, y'all know another on the download, yo, keep this between us, y'all. Like, all right, so Mob Psycho is ending this season. Like, this is the last Mob Psycho. So you know a lot of niggas is gonna be jobless, low key.
Season 7.
Hey, yo, nigga popping out the portal like that? I don't know.
Some niggas might transition over. You know what I mean? Like,
I mean,
it's no more mob after this. It's no more mob. You know?
If I was that nigga, if I was Hayashi, I'd be stepping like, "Hey, y'all, so I heard y'all boys ain't really got no work after this." You know what I'm saying?
Come over here.
That'll be like another like fucking key sign for us too. Like if fucking season 7 and above is just way better, then it'll be like, damn, so they really were like, you know, they was stretched in. Like they was stretched in.
Hey, so I was distracted, but I want to talk about this because it's the number one Twice stand. I see. I remember last time I cried, right? But I definitely cried again for my nigga that episode, bro. I was like, oh my god, y'all did that. Y'all did that. I was. When Bones start, it's the little things that matter to me. And like when I said, when they went out their way put twice into the ending with Toga and shit like that, and rearranging deal stuff, that's when I was sold completely. I was like, see, yeah, I
They
don't need all that
tried. They
Sakura.
tried.
Yeah,
They
I don't
tried.
need I don't need all the Sakura. That's the easy part. It's when you go out your way to do the extra little tidbits and the extra care and stuff like that.
Mhm.
Like I said, all the care you put into the opening, the endings, they really do a lot of subtle foreshadowing stuff. And the opening, it had not that much. Like the biggest one was the Ray Davi flower thing. That was like the biggest like foreshadow for later on. But a lot of stuff they did in the ending was more so like, okay, this is shit you want to get if you already read the manga.
That ending, bro. Listen, I think this is like one of the best endings we've gotten.
Agreed.
Like, this ending, like the song and the visuals, like they portray this arc so much. Like it has like a sad vibe to it. To me, the ending, like it don't sound like a happy song. Like
It gets pluses for 3
on
and
both
5.
on both sides, like for the
Hannah.
villains and heroes. Like it sounds like because you got that shot at the end with Deku and Shigaraki just standing. Like it's just so impactful with the music playing. Like it's just
and for me, I
good ending, man.
For me, at first, I wanted more like hype once, like each note was ending. It was like the intensity could keep up, but the more things go on and the more tragedy that keeps happening. Like I would prefer, like let's say like Torino had died, right? That's just like more bodies to add on. It's like Twice dying. This shit sad. Like you got Midnight dying. This shit sad. Crush finna die. This shit sad. Multiple people dying, and then Torino get packed up, and then let's say he died at that point. It's like it's not giving me whoa, it's all right. It's like like all right, what the fuck? Like did that nigga just die?
Yo,
imagine Midnight dying on one that the shit's just like, I'll leave this all to you.
Yo, bro, listen, it shouldn't an episode end with that? Like her, like the students stepping up talking about, oh, this is our shit. Like them going against Maki, that whole moment happens, and then you get that ending.
Oh, one of the episodes should end with Mina pulling up as Mount Lady is trying to force Maki's mouth open.
Yeah, bro, the whole vibe of that episode is gonna be like, yo, I'm not gonna like. I think I like the ending more than the opening. No funny shit. Like that's a good ass ending.
I'm kind of in a bit. I don't know which I prefer.
No,
I really like Hidemuki.
Yo, because the thing about the opening is I like the visuals, but the song hasn't like fully done it for me yet. Like, I like the song. I like the song, but it hasn't had that episode, that moment where it's like, nah, like I fuck with the opening. That ending, bro. That ending is heat. Like every time.
See, like I said, this opening has the best visuals aside from that one little weird ass rivet stab thingy, whatever. And it could have had like a little bit more like, like the shit they were doing, like the colorized comic book, like graphic shit, when it was like showing the squads and stuff like that. It could have had more, but like the old visuals all together, phenomenal, peak, chef's kiss, whatever. It's just the song is a good song. It just hasn't fully like it felt like it encapsulate a little bit more like it felt like a little too preppy for what this arc was.
It just hasn't had that moment like where I'm just like, nah, like I'm hyped to listen to the opening right now. Like it ain't happened yet. But like, I watch that ending every time.
Nah, the second core, I can't even imagine
that like, opening is gonna be.
That's gotta be like tech.
It has to be because
it gotta be like Bleach opening 2 type shit.
Yo, bro, imagine Deku using all the quirks in the next opening, like, or you get glimpses of what they are or something like that.
Man, like bring back Man with a Mission or Man on a Mission. Bring them back. I'm fine with that.
What the opening for Vinland Saga?
Yeah, they did the second one.
Cool.
They also did merry-go-round.
I need goddamn no, I need them on that. I need on that Black Air Force One energy for the second core. I really need.
Agreed.
I need D-Techno life.
I got hope for them for Deku Black. I think they're gonna do Deku Black good.
Yeah.
Look,
I do too.
The way I look at it is, first off, they always go hard on student stuff.
Yeah.
We got to establish that from jump. But second off,
true.
You think they not gonna go in for Deku versus Nagant?
Bro, the merchandise, promotional material, like, yo, listen, the visual on that, like, I'm expecting like a season 2 tier visual for Deku Black. Like I want it to be just Deku on that shit. Like,
Bro,
and-
you gonna get that blood scars and filth image. I'm telling you.
It's like imagine like it's gonna be like Deku in the center, and it's like it's spinning around with all the little villains and the god, and she like God beating the big bag, like all for one type beat.
bro, what if
He
it's
like,
Deku gargoyle type shit? Like they replicate that. Like, oh my
Bro,
god.
that's how it start. That's that would it start off. And like imagine him just like jumping off that bitch. Like on like Spider-Man PS4, PS5 shit do this shit. Like he just jump on that bitch and like this like some darkness, like oh
Oh, yo, I want the Blu-ray. I want the Blu-ray art to be him fucking swinging with Black Whip like Spider-Man, like with the mask on.
Have like a kind of like a cleaner version of when Deku was talking to Endeavor on the phone on the comms, and you see him like fly into the air. It's like dark. It makes him look like guts.
I just want them to capture like what it's about. Like, don't throw 1A into it, like trying to save Deku or some shit like that. Like, let it be like. I need it to be something that shows like, no, this right here is a different point in my hero. Like, this is not the regular shit for a minute. It's gonna be a few.
Rock too,
Bruh.
oh, he did the calculations again. I already know what this is about.
Tell me why that as long as this clip is maintained. Remember how I talked about that 3-week gap gonna have people get like
yeah.
That first episode when it comes back is gonna finish with the Ray reveal.
Oh.
Yo, bro, and that's gonna be after the Dobby stuff, so they gonna be hyped for it. Like the family coming together, like the Mama Roki coming in the mix. That's gonna be
Mama
hype.
Roki.
It's gonna be hype.
Willpower.
Like it's gonna end on that. I'm here to talk about. So like that first episode is gonna be. It's gonna have the wash incident. More than likely Deku narrating the urban areas descended in the panic part.
Bro,
we're gonna get a bit of that Hawk's backstory, bruh.
Bro, you gotta think about how like anime only think about My Hero. Like for them, like it's always like a season of wholesomeness, da 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 da. It's not like that this season. Like it's not that.
You get no breaks, my guy. There's no pause.
Okay, you
I'm
wanting
really
to relax. Life's funny.
I'm thinking about stuff right now, and I'm really thinking about how they're gonna incorporate Nagant, her backstory, the mansion explosion, fucking, and then they're gonna incorporate all for one shit in there. Man. And then it's gonna be other stuff leading up to that they're probably gonna incorporate into the opening too, which is gonna be real fucking like insane. And honestly, as far as like, I agree with Tarnish, don't be trying to throw 1A in there because they're not important to the very end of that arc. Keep it like, and if you want to talk about 1A, throw them in there like everybody look up Naruto Shippuden ending 9, Deep Breath. That's probably my favorite Naruto ending. But that one, that's where you do that at, like do it like that, have them together at the end, or just signify like the hands reaching out type beat. I don't need all the 1A right there.
Show them without Deku, something like that. Like
so. What I think is going to end up happening though is that because the first two episodes, even if they maintain this clip, going to be a lot of information. So we're going to see a couple people be like randomly like hit here, MHA fraudulent, da. So like expect that to come. That's going to come. We're going to end up with that. That's whatever.
I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, like it's whatever. The first couple episodes are going to be expositional. They're going to deal with the fallout of the war.
We get the vestige. They're gonna be hyped for the vestige.
Yeah, so it's gonna, like you're gonna have, and then you're gonna have people being like, "We met all the vestiges. I'm excited," and I kind of want them to borrow Hori's color page with the Shigaraki holding the All Might TV.
Yeah, and Deku with
I want that.
Yo, that definitely should be in the opening or ending. Like,
I also want to say that Star Strike, depending on if they do give us a bit of it in the second core, she should technically be in the second opening of the season, because with every core we've seen them tackle different arcs. So in Sorny Utayaba, we had a bit of the All Might versus like the final exams. In Make My Story, we had the provisional license, and we had the the Deku and Bakugo fight, technically the same arc. I don't even think they gave us a bit more after that. In
They did. They
Star
did the
Marker,
Muriel
they showed
introduction.
all of the arcs in that core.
Yo, you know
So-
how they could foreshadow Star. It depends on like what they do. Honestly, I feel like that could be like in an ending or opening, like because we do have that big moment between Deku and All Might. So I wonder like if they're gonna like kind of portray All Might, like kind of bank off his popularity, try to make it more popular.
Ooh.
So if they put
Ooh.
All Might in the ending, say the ending is Deku and All Might, like you know what I'm saying, like it's All Might's life and then it's Deku's life, something like that. They could show All Might in America or something like that. I can see Star being shown like that.
If they decide to split the Nagant fight, how it looks like they might do it, because they could slow down the clip a little bit for the Todoroki family stuff. That way they don't have to adapt Star. But I think Star Strike might be a better season finale than season opener, because that's going to be a weird early season transition. We open with, Japan almost getting nuked, and then we transition to like the trader stuff and the reveal.
Man.
But if they do it how I think they're kind of gonna, plan this out, you get the first episode of the Nagant fight ending with the Airwalk reveal, and the second episode ending with Foe 100%.
Man.
I'm just gonna be honest.
And the explosion. So
I'm just gonna be honest. When that moment, he's like, "Oh, of course he would have gave her something extra," and like she smiles and she boosts off. I'm gonna fucking explode. I'm gonna melt. I'm gonna fold up. I'm gonna encapsulate. I'm gonna implode. I'm gonna come from my heart. Like, I swear to God, bro. When she did that shit, I lost my mind. I was like, I don't know what it is, but the way she smiled in that moment, and I swear to God, I swear to God, she's her. I swear to God, I swear it was all animated in my head. It was like, of course he would have gave us something extra. She looks at us shoots that cannon back, smiles, and her hair flops, and she just zooms forward. I said,
"Oh, yo, you know they're gonna add animation of her walking through the air too."
Yeah, they are. I can't wait until the anime only just throw aside Mirko like the Toy Story meme Andy.
I don't want to play.
I don't want to play with you anymore, Mirko. Here's the guns.
Bro, look. I'm telling you, when we get to that sequence of her shooting the bullet at Chisaki.
Oh, and Deku.
That's all gonna be in slow motion.
Swords.
I can't even imagine. What would it be akin to? It would be like Akira, or like it would be like Akira when the when shit started like touching, when arms start fucking up, or like Transformers, how like this is like the way her shit would expand, transform, and
sound
then
design.
like a mega cannon, and just like I couldn't even imagine, bro.
What I need whoever did the swing sequence on the bridge in the movie, to be in charge of this particular section of the fight, because I need to see that swing with the camera rotating as he's like talking about, like, we all remember the sight, and then you just
And it's not just that, it's Deku going through buildings and swinging around, and like him going when he uses Fajin and he blocks the sight with smoke screen, and then Nagant's like pointing out like, where is he? And he just goes right to the building and breaks out. Oh,
dog.
Bro, I promise you, with that moment right before he says Chisaki, the way the niggas in the anime be moving, they gonna put that nigga Deku 10 blocks away. Just to swing that nigga back around, he gonna be like, faster than a speeding bullet.
Oh my God.
I eat that good.
So, because Joseph mentioned the anime getting closer, I'm gonna tell you right now, we want them to do this clip this way. Like, they can obviously slow down a bit for Core 2 and just kind of have it wrap up on like the Deku Class 1A thing.
Yes.
Cool. And Deku getting back into UA. That's a heartfelt finish to the season. I would not mind that, but I think that I genuinely think that the way that the Star and Stripe moment is structured, it's even a similar length to Pro Hero arc. It is cool. I think that's going to be the finale, and that's okay, because My Hero's going to take another like year plus break while we have about another 20 some chapters coming during this season. Even assuming that we do adapt, like under the hypothetical that we adapt all the way up to Star and Stripe, That wraps up around 334. And let me double check. I just want to make sure I'm not giving you bad numbers. Yeah, so 334 is the end of that. So the last thing might be, we got time, we're taking down Shigaraki and All for One. And that's the end of the episode. That's the end of the season finale. Cool, great. So that's 334. We're currently at 370. By the end of the season, we'll realistically have another, 15, 20 chapters out, depending on how breaks rotate and stuff like that, especially because I know we got some off publication weeks coming.
Mhm.
So that'll put us at around 390. So that's already about like 50 some chapters for them to work with. But then we'll move on and we'll say, like, even if they're working on, because apparently My Hero is almost always in production. So if we go past that, we have the 20 chapters or so that'll come out during the rest of the season. And then we can follow that up with, let's say 6 months of extra content before we factor in what they're in production for. So we're going to be fine. We got a like, if this was a weekly series, week to week, every week they was putting out episodes, I would be a bit more worried.
Yeah.
But thankfully we are not doing that. So we don't have to worry about that. And I thank God every day that we don't have to deal with this being a weekly anime, because look, I don't like how, for example, the first, I think 4 to 5 episodes of Black Clover only adapt like 2 to 3 chapters.
Mm-hmm.
God damn, what the fuck?
Yeah, they did a lot of
Bro.
filler.
One Piece, and this bugs me because like a lot of One Piece anime fans will be like, how dare you hate the 6 recap episodes we've gotten this year already? Nigga, do you hear yourself? 6. And I don't even think I'm exaggerating. I think we've actually gotten like 6 recap episodes this year for One Piece.
We get one and niggas on us.
Yep.
And we
Think
ain't
about
even
that.
get one this
Don't
season.
even know how to
yes,
act up
sir.
to like one episode, man. But
So
listen,
like, think
you
about
know,
that. One Piece
know what's
is a
crazy?
weekly series. Hold on, Squid.
My bad.
One Piece is a weekly series. It gets recap episodes like once every 3 to 4 months at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes, and like somebody tried to tell me, well, measuring how many pages gets adapted from a chapter isn't a fair way to talk about pacing. Yes, the hell it is. Because if I watch your episode and I realize that you've covered 4 pages of the manga, ain't no way in hell you did anything useful, informative, or productive with that episode.
That's gotta be some regular One Piece older goat sucking,
Yeah, they're dick writers.
That's a
sounds like
full-blown.
dick writers.
That is a
That
full-blown
sounds like an
Gota
argument
gobbler.
coming from that type of individual.
And the reason why I take such umbrage with that logic is because the episode in specific that I was talking about was the Luffy bounty reveal after Whole Cake. That chapter was split into 2 episodes. So we spent 2 episodes with them looking at bounty pages. That is horrible pacing. There wasn't anything substantial or useful or new introduced into that. It was just a bunch of padding.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, we talking about anime.
I was talking about how we don't have to worry about MHA getting too close to the manga due to the way that our seasons are structured, whereas like the first 2, 3, 4 episodes of Black Clover only covered like 2 chapters. People
don't realize how good the pacing of MHA actually is. Like they set it up specifically so there would always be like 60 to 70 chapters of manga content left for them to adapt, or 50 or whatever. They always make sure there's room. That's the real reason behind the seasonal breaks. It's so they do something in like 25 episode bursts, and then they take a break. That's why.
And it creates a healthier show. Like it's a better watch. Because, for example, I tried to get one of my buddies into One Piece. Now that buddy is a furry. So what did I do? I started with Zoe. I started with a show, an arc centered on his people. Now,
Hey, yo, wait a minute. That's a strat.
It's a strat. That's genius.
So, because it's long, so I wanted to start with something that, might appear. What I forgot to factor in is that the first 3 episodes of Zoe in the anime all adapt 1 chapter. And I don't mean 1 chapter each. I mean the first 3 episodes of Zoe arc is literally them climbing up Ryunosuke, climbing on Ryunosuke. So it's 3 episodes of them climbing the elephant legs.
Yep, exactly.
That is 1 chapter.
Exactly.
He was so distraught that he is never going to be checking out One Piece. The upside is that if I take him to the movies, he still goes to watch the he'll go to One Piece movies with us, but he is not trying to see that.
Listen, y'all don't understand how bad
I took my friends to see
JJK.
JJK. That was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun.
That's great. Listen, okay, back in the day, okay, Bleach had entire filler arcs. So y'all don't know about how the struggles of a weekly anime, okay?
Bro,
the seasonal stuff.
I skipped the fillers.
We had filler arcs.
Bleach filler was disrespectful because it'd be like, all right, here we go. Oh yeah, we're going to see Film Red. I'm taking them to see Film Red. No questions about that. So you'd be watching a Bleach arc, and you sit here like, damn, he just got his leg chopped off. That dude just got shot in the face. There's arrows raining down, and then the preview comes on, and it's like, so over in the realm of the living, these kids are playing soccer. What?
Exactly.
And then that shit would last he's like, wait, what? And it's like, here's
I am lucky.
a soccer game, nigga, huh? The Bout arc is one of the least offensive filler arcs in the entire series. Like, you cannot like the Bout arc. That's totally fine. But like the Bout arc itself is one of the least offensive ones. Why? Because they come back from Soul Society, immediately get into the Bout stuff, and it feels seamless. On first watch, you might not even know it's filler. That's how well integrated the Bout arc was in comparison to how disrespectful some of the other arcs are. Like you be in the middle of, like, as a hypothetical, like as an example, I don't think this happened during Ichigo versus Byakuya, but I want you to imagine watching Ichigo versus Byakuya, seeing that first time that the halification starts, and then the next 6 episodes are Don Kanonji running around doing shit.
Oh my god, that was filler?
A lot of the Return of Don Kanonji episodes are filler.
What the? Because that's the only filler I bought. Like, I skipped a few filler arcs, and I didn't even know what Bout arc was. I keep hearing it everywhere, and the first thing I looked up and I saw was, why was the Bout arc so bad?
No, exactly. Okay, you're right. The Zanpakuto, the Beast Swords arc wasn't bad. There's some good filler arcs in there. There are some good filler arcs. The issue isn't necessarily that some of those arcs exist; it's their integration. That's the biggest issue. They just get, boom, here you go. And you're just sitting there like, what the fuck?
Yep, exactly. Exactly.
What about the arc before what's it called? After the Arankar arc, there was like an entire filler arc where Ichigo's his powers are going on steady. There's like a tournament arc or something like that. Is that good or is it bad?
I haven't watched like Bleach filler in a really, really long time. I'm gonna be honest with you, so I can't even tell you.
I kind of zipped through a lot of the show when I first watched it years ago. I went like the thing I remember most about is actually reading the manga where you get the actual story stuff. So
also, yeah, Naruto War arc filler was crazy.
Okay,
so this is one of the funniest things that happened.
This is like getting stabbed in the ulcer.
And this is back when I was reading the manga. I shit you not. As soon as the tree shit happened and people started putting it like their long sleeps, I was like, damn.
6 months.
I was like, they just showed like 8 people getting put to sleep. We about to get hella filler just based off
every dream.
Every dream. Like, bro,
I don't know
I
what it
like,
was
nah.
like to do 6 months of
Bones,
that. Oh my
like
God.
Bones was in financial trouble for like a number of years, and then I think they got a couple projects that kind of put them back on track. And I believe, and I don't think there's ever been anything said, but part of the reason they picked up MHA, they don't normally do these types of long commitments. The reason they picked up MHA was likely because it was a Shonen Jump series, and it was going to net them a lot of money, and that's why they also come out with the films consistently, because that provides a good cushion for them where they keep making money off MHA while also being able to do their other projects. So that's that, like, I think people don't really like, because you're in the anime sphere, you kind of just like kind of take a lot of filler and stuff for what it is or whatnot. The people outside of that, they don't care about that. That's actually part of what turns them off. It's like MHA, you are guaranteed story content like 99% of the time. That's very rare.
And
ultimately.
and to this day, because I had a small conversation about this, the best integrated recap episode of the series, hands down, for MHA is season 4's.
Oh yeah, easy.
Like, I want that dude canon. I want him to have, like, I want that dude to randomly pop up in the manga.
I only got one gripe about that. Literally one gripe. That was that weird ass pose they had Deku.
Oh my
doing,
god,
you know?
don't mention that.
That shit was cringe as hell, because I was like, all right, bro. Like, it's not the fact that y'all hugging that's the issue. It's more like how you had Deku posing and like looking like it was like it was some creep came up to a young girl. That's how kind of like look. I was like,
Characterization.
And then they have Ochako peering in through the window,
It's just
peering out
like-
through the window.
look like
It's like
Deku
she's,
just like
it's
Deku
like it's from her perspective.
get stashed up by a pedophile or some shit. That shit was real weird.
I never got the impression until I checked anime Twitter, and I was like, oh, I see.
Yeah. That wasn't my initial impression of the pedophile thing, but it was just like it was real cringe though. The way
It was
it
just
looked.
cringe. Yeah, it was just cringe. It was
It
just
was
Well,
cringe as fuck. But the whole episode
That's
other
it.
than that was a bit phenomenal.
Nah, it's good. It actually does add a lot of world building that
Oh,
somebody would be
since
looking.
we're talking about the
through the
anime,
We've
latest
been-
episode.
Oh yeah,
Oh my God.
Because both missed that part.
anime.
Latest episode, My
Amazing.
Hayashi Academia.
Bro,
Oh,
for what,
it was
bro?
so good.
I once again respect is due. That dream sequence is insane.
It was really good.
The only downside of that dream sequence was that little shot of Tenko with the
that shit
black
was,
hair.
yeah, that shit was.
But they
legendary.
can fix that in the BD. So I'm like, it's whatever. That's fine. I can
Yeah,
live with
that-
it.
I like
voice
this is like this show oscillates between like even season 5 has a lot of great animation, despite
Yep.
what Twitter will tell you. Like a lot of that season is very well animated. But normally the episodes will oscillate between being fairly conservative and then balls to the wall, even for the big episodes. This was a very rare case of just like it was firing on all cylinders, start to finish.
Yeah.
Like I can count on one hand the amount of episodes they've done that are like that. It's just and it makes me look forward to what else they have planned. Because the rumor is the director on this episode is directing one other episode later on in the season. So
Ooh.
So
okay.
Bolt, you weren't here earlier, but one of the things that I was talking about was how in 2 episodes, I think it's either next episode or the episode after this, assuming they keep the same pace that they're going at, the final shot of the episode is going to be Endeavor pulling up on Shigaraki. Episode 12 is likely to finish with a compressed reveal. And I mean, like, literally to him with his like ribs out, like that's likely to be the end of episode 12. Stuff like that.
When
They
he's like,
have such a good clip right now that every single episode finale is going to be great. Episode 11 is likely to start with the Dobby reveal and all that, and then finish on Gina's coming back. So we got, this season is looking to be the best season of MHA in a long time.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Uh,
It might be season 2 for me, y'all. I ain't gonna lie.
Season 2.
Season two has a bad
off content.
I'm gonna
Just
say
off
this right
content.
now. I'm gonna say this right now. Season 2 is the most consistent for sure, but it has a very strong grip on people. I think.
I think season 2 is overrated.
Season 2 core 1 was amazing.
Ooh,
That was the
he
peak
said,
of MHA's
he said
anime.
overrated.
I
Me
Season
personally,
2 has
I'm
on the
talking
game
about
is
content.
wild.
I like the content right now. The season 6 content plus the way they going hard is the voice actor is just heat. It's just the content, you know what I'm
It'd be
saying?
the best so far.
Because okay, my
This
thing
might
with
be-
season 2 is that the second core is probably the least cohesive second core, just because of the content that it covers. Because
Yeah.
like you got to think, you got like
cover
stain and then
Hosu.
final exams, and it's like, whereas the second core of season 3, provisional license, second core of season 4, culture festival with remedial course, like things that like center around like mental health, and then the pro hero arc, season 5 second core shuffled, but it stuck to the point. And
Really shuffle for real. That's the best way to describe that shit.
but I still think that the production committee, especially because you got a bunch of old heads, and like I said earlier, nobody wants to talk about how I quote tweeted Peroshi during season 5, and that tweet vanished when he was talking about NBA being taboo.
You're just that guy.
Well,
I'm scared.
I think I quote tweeted him, and a couple other people might have started saying something, and he was like, "Whoop, let me get rid of that." Like,
whoopsie.
Because I was like, don't aim that at Bones, aim that at this dude, and because he's one of the higher ups under Shueisa umbrella. That him speaking like this lets you know that a lot of these old heads are being a little funny about this. And so with season 5, I feel like I think because the old heads didn't understand, people do genuinely like the villains. I think they felt obligated to Trojan horse MVA into it.
Yeah, that's what irritates me so much about how they market the show. It's like very early on, they established this hero first, hero only identity. It's like, but the manga becomes so much about the villains later on that, you know, when they saw MVA, you know, Hori was kind of just allowed by his editor to go off. People on the production committee got nervous because they're like, how are we going to present this to the 5-year-old kids? You know?
Yeah.
And they don't realize that the 5-year-old kids also like that stuff.
But at the same time, the 5-year-old kids are also aging. You don't stay 5 forever.
Yeah, and I think that's the other issue too.
The 5-year-old kids is watching Chainsaw Man. I don't care.
Yeah,
and you know,
they actually are.
You know what?
Unironically,
you know what though?
literally.
I think they do kind of realize they made a mistake though. I think in the aftermath.
So my thing about this is my 2 things right about that. One, you don't they really don't be equating that or using common sense like, hey bro, if you start watching this at 5, there's a new season every year. You're gonna age and grow older. You don't stay 5 years old forever. So like it's not, and it's like I'm not gonna turn, it's not gonna be like I was 5 last year, now I'm 6. So
well,
I
MHA also gets a lot of new fans each year. Like just look at the volume 1 sales in America. It's still
volume 1 is constantly like one of the most sold graphic novels in the country.
It really is. But still, it's like even at that, you still got the core fan base ain't going. Even when we get new people, it's like, I
guarantee you some families. I guarantee you some families have already picked up the box set for their kids for Christmas.
And this is my second thing about presentations for MHA. I swear to God, anybody I see use that stupid ass season 1 poster.
Oh my God, where it's the yellow background and all the kids.
I'm slapping the shit out of them. I'm so tired.
That's not this series no
I'm
more.
so
really
tired.
I mean,
That's
okay.
crazy. That's crazy.
Okay, I know East. I know you hate that poster, but that is actually a very good representation of how noobish they were at the start.
That's crazy.
No, I take that back. The worst poster they made is probably the season 5 poster.
Wait,
was it that?
Oh yeah, the class 1A.
Wait, what
thing?
was the season?
Them walking in a white background.
Hold on, no, not that one.
No, not that one.
No, wasn't that yours before?
Wait,
it was
the
one where they're
I'm
all.
trying to see if I could.
It's an MCU
It was 1A
poster.
versus 1B.
Oh,
No,
That
not that
poster.
one. It's
Nah, that
Oh,
one
that's
was bad.
amazing.
I don't even know if I can find it because it was very hated.
Wait,
Oh,
is it the
oh,
one? Is it the one that looks like
you
an
mean the
that
MCU
shit
season
was-
poster?
4 one?
That shit
Yeah, the
was
season
the
4
season
one. The season
four.
4
that
one.
shit was ugly as fuck.
Because
I don't know.
like they
So
had
bad.
like All Might just randomly like stuck in there. It was awful.
It looked like a fucking class project from like
Graphic design is my
design.
passion.
Yo,
Dog,
that
shit was
horrendous.
ass.
That was horrendous, son.
Because
That was
compared to
ugly.
the overhaul arc poster, which is amazing.
Oh,
Found
oh,
it.
it's so
Wait, are
bad.
you talking about the one where All Might is in the background? and
Yeah.
That shit
Fucking
was
kaiju sized.
It's so ugly.
I think wasn't it Deborah in there for like no apparent reason too? Or, like,
Yeah.
yeah, like what the fuck was that?
No,
shit?
wait,
Hold
where's
up.
it? No, he wasn't. It was
Okay, so
Muriel,
was it- oh,
Kirishima, Momo, which she had nothing to do with this.
yeah,
arc.
it was her. It was Momo that was in that bitch for no reason whatsoever.
Like, why are you there? Then Bakugo at the very top, like Bakugo Shoto, you're not there.
Oh,
Like,
Bakugo is a
bruh.
non-presence in season 4, man. This is so funny.
Hold on,
It's-
I'm
it becomes
posting
the
it in the
gag.
Bishop Circle again just so y'all can see it.
but
Nah, I need to see it again. No funny shit.
It literally becomes a gag in the manga where Bakugo is like,
Squid
Let me
posted a
back in.
scripture. Bro, for what reason does this thing exist? It
Bro.
like
Shit
what-
is
what-
It's also like the
atrocious.
destroyed. It's also
Yo,
like
bro,
a bunch
that
of
fake
buildings
ass movie
destroyed
poster.
post-apocalypse. But this had never happened before. Like POW hadn't even started.
Well, bro,
Oh,
like
damn.
this is like who
Terrible
who,
poster.
who,
What is
who was
this?
destroying those big blockbuster buildings and skyscrapers? I don't know who did that.
Yo, you know what's crazy? I tried to bury this in my subconscious, and niggas just brought it back
Man
out.
is a Steel
I-
fan.
okay.
The Man
I
of Steel.
suppressed,
Oh,
I
God.
suppressed,
there you
I
go.
suppressed the
There
memory
we
of this
go.
poster.
Oh god, but no, because I don't care if that represents who they were. That was them in season 1. We're not in season 1. That's why. And then every time I see, it's always the same fucking tweet.
Well,
Which
that's
one
because
which one of these
people.
new gen
Nobody's
bro,
seen the show past season 2, as they frequently like to talk about. I've seen that tweets copy and paste so many fucking times. I didn't watch the show past season 2. Well, no shit, you don't know what you're talking about then.
I'm also sick
Shut
of
up!
looking at
It's
that.
like
I'm
reading
so
a
sick
book
of
and
looking at
saying,
goddamn
"Oh man, this
poster.
is trash," and you only at chapter 2.
Are you saying that All for One serves as a parody of many readers?
Yep.
Yep.
He literally, he don't read.
Dude,
this man not
He's one of my
reading.
favorite villains right now because he is every Twitter rawness merchant idiot I have ever met in my life,
The raw Kino swag
Come-
merchant.
combined into one colossally
Wait,
stupid edgelord.
Anike,
Yes.
you're on the wiki, right? The same page. Look at
Yeah.
every single poster. Like look at poster 5, Muriel, which is gorgeous. Look at poster 6, even before poster
Bro,
2. It's
every
how'd you drop the
poster-
ball?
But that
Where
one.
that poster looked
Every poster
musty.
but that one is great. Like the
They're all
Red
MHA
Riot
posters, the
poster,
rest is MCU.
the even
Bro,
the
it's
Hawks and
musty.
Endeavor one for the Pro Hero arc is great. The Culture Festival poster, nice. Like, because you got like Gentle and the Class and all that other stuff. The Deku and Eri Infinite 100% poster, the Overhaul Kaiju Shadow poster, the Lemuria with the stand poster. Like, come on.
I actually own those little acrylic posters of like Overhaul, Mirio, and Deku. And
Mhm.
like I think they were part of I think they were part of the One's Justice 2 collector's edition or
Mhm.
whatever it was. I have them and they look gorgeous. Although they're tiny little cards, really, but it's still nice to have them. Did you guys talk about the chapter at all, or was this just anime talk?
We were
Nah,
talking
we-
about
we
the chapter for a while because we were talking about how, because one of the things we ended up having to discuss is how discrimination moves people society will purposely fabricate a bottom rung just to
Yeah.
placate other people, which is part of what's highlighted between like we did talk about it. We just ended up segueing a lot, which
Okay.
I'm not mad at because this was a good chapter.
Yeah.
And
Did
we
you
had
guys-
great discussions.
The anime
but-
episode was really good this week.
Did
It
you
was-
guys catch the final panel, Shoji? He has a
You mean the
Glasgow
scars on the
star.
side of his face?
Yeah, so like like the story had been like, oh, a girl saw his face and she got scared, and that's why he covers. No, he covers up his face because somebody attacked him. Like somebody literally tore his jaw open. That's
Yeah,
grim.
because he's got that Dobby
Yep.
exposed flesh thing going here. And like
Yeah.
you can see scars on the back, like they basically tried to cut his mouth off or something.
So see,
Yeah, they tried to kill this kid. Like that's
so
dark.
what's going to be interesting about this is that people think it's going to be Shoji and Spinner, but that's truly not the case, in a sort of a sense, because Spinner about to get his brains back. But when they talk, you already know who Shoji's going, because Shoji's set up right now, right? If it was him and Spinner, it just be Spinner wouldn't be talking that much. Spinner's going to get his common sense and everything back. But this is more set up for Discuss versus Shoji. Because Shoji's going to be talking about it's going to be watch when I say it's going to be come back in 3 weeks, it's going to be a classic ass top tier MHA fight. Because it's going to be ideal versus ideal and the classic old school like overhaul type beat. Niggas on their way going toe to toe for what they got. Which is why I always said Discuss versus Shoji is the better fight, and Spinner versus Mike is the better fight, because Discuss versus Shoji, that's mutant versus mutant high tier discrimination. Like we're harping on. It's the way I feel. You're a hero because of this, and you got discriminated. I'm a part of the Liberation Front because of this. And now you see Discuss has scars on his face, and he's the headliner for it. Well, you want to talk about why we doing what the fuck we doing? Well, I got your answer for why we doing what we doing. It was Spinner and Mike. Spinner has to gain his consciousness back, and that's going to save his best friend and Kurogiri, and why Mike is protecting him. That's why Discuss is already like, yo, make way. He finna be like, let our leader through. Shoji is right there stopping their leader for getting through. So of course, Discuss is gonna jump out into the fray because he's Spinner's right hand, in a sort of a sense. So I'm really excited to see Discuss versus Spinner. They're gonna look like it. Tell you, bro, if it'll be a peak fight, and it's gonna be a classic MHA ideal versus ideal, which is why I couldn't wait to get off that godforsaken other battlefield, because I was like, I need shit moving and rolling and like everything to like be worth make or break or something. Not just like, well, I'm the ultimate villain, so I really can't lose type beat, or I can't lose to you because you're not the MC type beat. Like here's like, nigga, this person's idea versus this person's idea, clashing head to head. And plus, I just can't wait to talk shit because I've been waiting for these goddamn advisors for years, and ain't nobody been riding they dick like me. And I know Paul, because I've been waiting for this shit. He nigga been teasing these niggas for over 2 years, and I cannot wait to see what they pack it. Oh, good lord, I'm gonna be eating personally.
Ooh, oh yeah.
So I'm looking at the comments on the Viz site because I actually ended up commenting on it.
I actually never got to read them yet.
Because somebody was like, this came out of nowhere. So I just kind of was like, this, I'm just saying my piece real quick. Which I found out that Viz website will censor the word KKK. So that's something I learned today. Yeah. So like if you pull up the website and you go look at the comments, I don't know if I don't know if everybody shares the same comment section or not though. But yeah, if you go, you can see that I actually like said something in there in my Viz account.
Oh yeah, I see someone adding you. Actually, I do recall all that. Yeah, I see your stuff. We do see it.
Yeah, so it like the KKK is censored, which I think is kind of funny. But which I gave y'all props. So I do think it's kind of what I do think is interesting is that the person said that they thought the flashback at the beginning was for Spinner, but now they think it's for Shoji, which what I find fascinating about that is that it works for both of them.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because we don't know which one it was, because Spinner himself stated that, he was out in the sticks dealing with it. And I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be Spinner's flashback based on the fact that he made it a point to have the gecko on the wall. Because, that's Spinner's quirk, and basically that's all his enhancement gave him, the ability to cling to walls and stuff, which him clinging to his principles and ideologies and just going ahead and following into, being the personality manifestation or derivative of that quirk. But actually, real quick, do you guys think that Shigaraki will take the bonus quirk that Spinner was given in order to preserve his head?
Yes.
Yeah, he has to.
Yes.
Because All For One gave him that quirk, just like because he doesn't give a shit about Spinner. He just wanted to get him to get Kurogiri. And so Shigaraki is going to see that and be like, no, want my friend back. Take that off you.
But the thing about that too, like I said, Spinner's going to get his consciousness back. But I can't wait for the moment that Shigaraki frees the burden from that nigga.
I like, and also the fact that they said dial back the clock. How many other zones or fights do you think we're gonna see?
So this is where it gets fun because every student has a valuable matchup somewhere along the way, right?
Mhm.
So if we're getting this whole sequence, which Kurogiri is getting out, I'm sorry, I'm not
He's
buying
getting out.
that. I don't
He's
see
getting
these
out,
200
bro.
being able to stop 15K. I just don't.
Bro, I keep asking y'all logically.
It's over.
Shoji is not Naruto Uzumaki. He's not gonna change.
Bro, he's gonna
Listen,
talk
an
no bro,
army.
he's gonna talk no jutsu,
Yo,
bro.
for
Bro,
real,
listen,
for
he's gonna
real.
talk no jutsu, the racism out of society. Okay?
Of course.
He'll be like,
But-
you know,
Deku is
He's
gonna,
gonna-
talk no jutsu Shigaraki, guys. Don't
All
you
they
know?
have to do is show the
Every-
Pepsi ads, and
every
they're
shonen
done.
anime
Yeah,
does
Pepsi
talk no
ads.
jutsu.
All jokes,
Hell nah,
They
boy.
don't- they don't
Y'all
get
wild.
all jokes to the
Sukuna is
left.
exactly like Kurama. Don't you guys know that?
Yo.
Let's
So-
try to pop this shit off.
Yeah,
Hold on,
wait,
try
yo,
to
yo,
pop
talking
this
about,
shit
yo,
off.
talking about all jokes.
Shoji looks
all
like
jokes
Wait,
to
wait,
the
wait,
left.
wait.
Yeah, all jokes
Mhm.
to the left. What we got to talk about for real is how our characters are surviving because there's a lot of niggas with animosity right now.
Bro, so
I don't listen.
Hmm.
Listen, it's still like out of pocket to say a student gonna die because you know what I'm saying. But there's a lot of
I see Koda
violence.
dying. I see Koda dying.
Like I told
Good, back him
Aniki, go ahead and rub your sister back and be like, it's okay. And she gonna be like, what you talking about? She's like, it's okay. Because that nigga Mike is my nigga. But please tell me how he making out this shit alive. Because
Oh
he
my
gonna
God.
stand in the way to his last breath to protect Kurogiri. And they getting Kurogiri. And they're not just gonna be like, move out the way, face mush him and let him go. They like they said, this is all out. There ain't no prison for some of these people. Like this is we dying for the cause. And like, and it's just like that, just like that chapter when we went to America and Akbar was talking about that shit. This is when I see what the plan was like. All right, the kids may be safe. Them heroes that's with them, they not safe. When he was like, yo, us doing what we gotta do for the next generation. And it was like, Cassie gave her shit for this, so on and so forth. I was like, oh yeah, nigga, these heroes, a lot of these niggas not making it to the next playing field.
also I love the addition of many of them wearing spinner masks.
Mm.
But
No, wait.
I do
Aniki,
wanna- hold
did
on,
you
hold
peep
on.
the
Bro, the
beginning?
de-writing is crazy.
Did you peep the beginning
What?
with the CRC heads?
oh yeah, like them having them on the sticks.
Yes, I just wanted to put it out. Go ahead.
So
Oh yeah, bro, that went so
Hold on.
hard.
hold on, Squid. I want to answer Volk's question though. So
Mhm.
we already knew that like the spinner plot point was gonna deal with some students. Now we get the mutant based because we got Koji here, we got Shoji, Koji Koda, Shoji. Go figure. But we got both of them here. My thing is, we know first off, Fat Gum is with Aoyama. So even if we weren't gonna go to that battlefield for Aoyama, in what world do we not get a Fat Gum update? Like just with how Fat Gum has been used, anywhere Fat Gum is, we know it's gonna get some focus.
Yeah,
So
Fat
we
Gum
know
is
we're going there.
Fat Gum is wounded. He got damage put on him last time we seen him.
Exactly.
Before the fight even started.
Man had flowers growing out of him. That's not a good look. Now, with that in mind, we also know that the Makia place is going to have to, have some combat, something going on here, because Gas Mask is there.
GMG to go.
So we got Gas Mask in the building trying to seize and free Makia. And at that site, we have Red Riot, who had to stand up to Makia. And we have Mina, who is going to need that pound of flesh from Gas Mask for killing Midnight.
Yep.
So we got to hit that
Oh.
site up.
I can't
We
get
have
over the look that she gives that guy when she hears him like
Oh shit.
making mocking Midnight and saying just insulting her memory. She's pissed. She's clearly out for blood. So
we already got like 3 different locales to hit up, and that's why like the anime is going to be. I don't know if they're going to have to take a break. What is going to do? But we got chapters of content to cover here.
Yes.
We know that Sarah is supposed to get an epic moment. We don't know what that moment is supposed to be, but Corey said it. We gonna get it.
Sarah got Ghastly, and they most likely got Greninja over there. I swear to God, people not really peeping the gas that field is a sleeper field. I feel like nobody's really paying attention. And Horikoshi did that intentionally.
I
people not
think
ready.
what's also
We also have compress.
I think what's also preceding the fact that like there is still so much left to go is that again, we did Deku versus AFO before any of this. It's like you're not gonna end the manga without a big Deku fight. Like you're simply not going to. So like like the fact that happened and then combined with what All For One was saying, like I even said this on my Twitter. The way All For One was talking last chapter, all of that composure, all of that self-confidence, that's gone. That's gone. He's basically he's facing a tough ass video game boss, and he's praying to RN Jesus to spare him. He knows that he knows deep down this is the end, but he doesn't want to accept it.
And the thing about that is it's like I said, it's so obvious. Like you just said, how you gonna have it about a Deku fight? That's why I said Deku was not beating up Shigaraki right now. Shigaraki is not around. They beating up All For One. And I was like, I kept questioning. I was like, all right, how this nigga gonna get Deku and All For One and have they little?
I like. There's an irony. There's an irony to All For One being like he kept talking about having like this big epic showdown as a Demon King. He's not even getting the flex with all his quirks, and that to me feels like very final. That like this deluded fanboy doesn't even get his most crazy wish of like getting to beat up a 16-year-old. He's getting, like I said this to a friend. He's getting beat up by a guy who hasn't even attended his spring formal yet. That's crazy. The most insulting way to go out. Because it's not. And it feels like the end that has to happen to All For One.
Because his time is up. It's Shigaraki time, been his time. You trying to butt in, and that's why I'm telling you, Shigaraki deployed. He letting that nigga get his ass whooped because he knows everything that happened about the spinner getting his quirk and all that. He's like, all right, go ahead, nigga.
And look when Tenko is trying to claw his way outside of All For One in 368. You see all the different fingers from like his hand prison still like around him. So I just don't know, man. That could be him just escaping the cage, or that could be something else, like Shigaraki basically letting All For One kind of take the hits and then swing back.
It's just like they did with Overhaul, bro. He plotting. Yeah. Same way he like, I got cards. Shigaraki has faith in his niggas.
Because this is happening right now because All For One was so focused on Shigaraki's hatred and bad emotions. He didn't account for any of his good qualities. True. He didn't account for any of his more neutral qualities either.
Yeah.
I think his dislike of Hero Society is not necessarily good or bad. It's just it is a fact. It is messed up. That's why he wants to destroy it. I think that's still part of him. So,
man, I'm trying to figure out a way because like Hori did draw that map, and I don't think every single map is gonna get hit up. So I guess actually here's a quick question: Do you guys think we're getting any Shiketsu kids, or do you think Hori's just packed them up?
No, we're gonna get them.
Because Inasa kind of just worked as a lampshade for Dabi. Like that seems to have been like his main narrative point was to exist to like in the beginning to show you eventually somebody is going to be lashing out at Shoto because of the actions of Endeavor.
Yeah.
Well, then we got that, but
they could do that and still have it back.
They did mention Shiketsu can link up with UA, so it's like we haven't seen anything Shiketsu.
And UA is still, remember, the moles are there. Skeptic is interfering. That's also a field that keeps getting forgot because it just came in. They slipped it in.
You know what would be cool though? There's 36 volumes so far. Clearly Dragon Ball is a big inspiration for Horikoshi. And that manga ended up being 42 volumes. I think it would be a cool coincidence if MHA ended up being 42 volumes as well.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
So I was gonna say something about the chapter an hour ago concerning, how it was handling discrimination, but I guess I'll might as well say my point right now.
Go ahead.
When Aniki was talking about, the whole like Irish discrimination, and now when they got integrated into essentially white society and accepted as white by being enforcers in black areas, they basically were able to become white. The thing is, the boogeyman of society, there's always this boogeyman that's blamed for what's actually capitalist exploitation. Okay, in the 60s, it was the civil rights eras. In the 70s, I think it was the Cold War. Suddenly, Russia was sabotaging everything in America. In the 80s, again, war on drugs, the AIDS crisis, gay people, and nowadays, the new boogeyman of conservative America is now LGBT people and immigrants. The boogeyman of society is always shifting. So, like, realistically, when heteromorphs came around, people who were, I guess, the former boogeyman in their society were elevated due to now having a human appearance. Like, there's a history of that shift.
Yep.
I think it's also important to take note. This isn't really an allegory for racism in real life. It's just tackling the concept of it. So, like, the raw clock page is definitely a little weird. Don't get me
Nah,
wrong.
bro, it was intentional, bro. I'm telling y'all, it was intentional.
It was
Right,
it definitely felt like a bit of irony. And I said this, I don't think he's really equipped to deal with that. But as far as the power dynamics of this world he's created, he has a pretty tight grip on that specifically.
Look, all I'm gonna say is in that moment, I kind of wanted to revoke Rock Clock's black card. It almost felt like he was having a coon moment. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yo,
Almost. He almost hit it. He almost did it.
No, but that is basically what they called Coda and Shoji.
Yeah, they were like, "Hey, yo, you traitor," and then started jumping him, bro. I was so happy. Like, bro, I said a meme to scripture. Listen, it's a hit.
Bro. So what sucks, what I was like, I'm glad that this plot is being addressed. I'm glad it's being, like touched on. The downside is I don't think there's a single thing that Hori can do acknowledging the discrimination that people will be happy with. Even though it's been there for a long time. Like the fact that I can see people in the Viz comments being like, I don't know where this came from. This was the bright. I'm like, dear Lord, I just know some of y'all don't read for real.
Nobody.
I definitely think it's introduced pretty late, but it has been set up and built up in the background quite a bit.
Look, low key, Shoto was calling that dog chief a racial slur. If you really think about it. Think about it.
I'm gonna be honest.
This is why Shoto slander is acceptable. Because he can't box and he racist. Think about that.
I'm gonna be honest. I may be a broke college student, but I will take out loans and I'll pay for all these people's education to bring them back into school.
You're better
for them to learn. Or I can, hold classes and I can spoon feed them each chapter of the story.
Okay, real quick, because hold on.
Who knows? Maybe you could breastfeed them too.
They got CRC heads on pitchforks, in the chapter. They got CRC heads.
That's what we should have done to them Confederates, but
I want to say something real quick because Hunter x Hunter is back. And I just remembered something that I saw online that was hilarious to me. And it was that Sin was like, I don't know if you guys follow Sensei Inc. or not, but like Sensei was talking and he was like, I really don't rock with the narrator constantly popping up talking, da-da-da-da. And somebody accused him of wanting to be spoon-fed for wanting less narration in the story.
Oh, no.
I'm like, do you know how ironic that is? Do y'all just say the word spoon-fed without actually thinking about what it means?
Sensei is one of the people I actually trust.
My name is Spoon.
Because, like, think about that for a second. Accusing somebody of wanting to be spoon-fed plot points for asking the author to not have a nigga come out and explain stuff in long format. Somebody said, I don't want a bunch of spoon feeding in my writing, and you were like, man, you need everything spoon fed.
That makes no sense.
You know what that is, though?
This reminds me when someone tries to read.
You know what that
Okay.
is, though? Because I've noticed with shonen fandoms in particular, I guess this goes for all fandoms, but we're talking in the context of shonen fandoms. A lot of older series will have older fans to them, and they're sort of like, they sort of get like a sort of routine, you know? You know what I'm saying? They kind of get into a sort of routine of like things to say in response. And like when the machine glitches out, when they get to like a more nuanced criticism, they sort of expose themselves for not paying attention to what anybody else is saying about their series because they are trying so hard to defend it. You know what I mean? It's like it happens with One Piece. We've talked about this a lot. It happens with Hunter x Hunter. I love Hunter x Hunter. It's one of my favorite series. It does kind of get a little tiring to see like the superiority complex. I'm not gonna lie. It's like it's lines on a page, man. That's all it is. It's just, you're not better for liking it. And like, well, no, we don't think that. It's like, well, you clearly act like that. That's the problem. So
honestly, I'm keeping a buck with you. Like I said earlier, I wish I had found Fujimoto before I found Horikoshi. I would legit take a bunch of niggas barking over a bitch and dealing with
Dude, even the Chainsaw Man fandom has so much trouble just reading on stuff because Fujimoto does like almost no narration. It's like he is always subtext. Like you have to read between the lines. And even for obvious stuff, I saw a Reddit post that was asking what happened to Denji's internal bleeding after he got the chainsaw, after he got contracted to Vegeta.
Same thing that happened to
Hmm.
his left eye and his right
And
eye.
I'm like, his head got cut off. You saw it reattach. You know he has a healing factor now.
Nah, bro, this is the same situation with nah, bro. This is just like in Kimetsu no Yaiba where the sword slashes are just them like breathing.
Imagination.
No, they're just imagining the head. Okay, he's still a head chopped off.
Also
everything.
enjoy Joseph.
Yeah. So in reality, his head never healed. He's still just a chopped off head. Everything's still messed up. But now he got a chainsaw. You know, because that makes more sense.
That's like that. That's just blatant. Like I want everything explained to me.
Yeah.
Look, man, here's the thing. Here's the thing, okay? We have to understand that a lot of people's education systems were directly poisoned by the bourgeoisie ruling capitalist class, okay? So we must extend our sympathies sometimes, okay? The rest of the time can be used to troll them. I don't care. But let's have some sympathy.
Like I love Hunter x Hunter. It's my second favorite series. I love the anime adaptation, and I honestly like the narrator because sometimes he hits, but I can't fathom a world where people would rather have the narrator explain the entirety of scenes over actually sitting down and digesting them. That's just not
one of the
so
most offensive pages in Hunter x Hunter for me in the Succession War arc is hands down the explanation of the Predator ability.
Don't remind me.
Because it's like, bro, you took 300 words to say my nin ability is a predator that needs to stalk its prey for a long time in order to be successful. And the longer it goes, the more successful it is.
300 words?
Bro, yes.
Bro, honestly, nigga, I'm gonna tell you something right now.
And you'll notice KK went to the Togashi school of explaining shit.
Yeah, he did.
After a while, I just be like, I ain't reading all that shit. It's gonna do whatever the fuck it do. Cause you got me fucked up.
See me?
I gotta read everything because I gotta know exactly how the ability works and what they can and can't do.
He
Like,
literally went, "Oh, a wiki page. Bet I'm gonna make that literally in the manga."
You think you
I
gonna
think
read
there's
that?
this advanced
You gonna
concept
read
that
that
not
shit, though.
a lot of people know in reading where so like let's say you got a book, right? Like okay, let me look into my little bookshelf here. All right, so I got this book here, right? And it's by Hannah Garth, and it's basically a book about food justice called Black Food Matters. So when I go into this book, right, I look at the words, but I'm not just looking at the words and then going to the next page. I'm actually like looking at the words and then like thinking about what those words mean and then connecting those meanings into a sentence in the context of a paragraph. So you have to do this thing called reading, not just looking at words. It's a very advanced technique. It's like conqueror's hockey, but for literature.
Okay, for a bit of a swerve, I know this is a little different from what we're talking about, but since Hunter x Hunter is back, did you guys see this thank you video that Shueisha put out?
Yeah, I did. I saw your coach video. Bucket. I had to mute to stop laughing.
Okay, so in this great thank you campaign, they basically said thank you to like all of their established, really long-running series, except for Black Clover.
It hurts, man. It hurts.
So
it goes One Piece, MHA, JJK, Hunter x Hunter since it's back, and then it stops. They just
yo, Vogue, I gotta ask you something, bro. That tweet on Twitter, bro, when everybody was hating on Deku for no reason.
Oh.
For no reason on the thing. It was some jump poster. It was Deku. It was Gon.
Yeah.
It was Yuji and then Luffy. Honestly, on that poster, everybody was hating on Deku on Twitter. The one that looked the most out of place was Yuji, to be honest.
Oh, he was like, you had the other three boys who were like happy and smiling. And then Yuji was like pulling back like he was about to kill somebody.
Everybody's like, Deku thought he was on the team. I'm like, yo. MHA has been on Jump for almost a decade, and people still just like automatically just hate on it for no reason.
Speaking of this, Tarnish and Volk, you were in here earlier when I started calling shit out. I was calling niggas out on you can do what you want to do if you don't ask for permission and you just follow the rule of cool. I don't know if Volk has seen Edge Runners, but Tarnish, you seen Edge Runners. Them motherfuckers are breaking rules and laws of show don't know or explaining shit. Motherfucker, time was just passing after the shit with Maine and like they didn't explain a lot of like, oh, now as time passed, David became the leader of this. Like, nah, we don't know how much time passed. We just knew time passed. Dave, the new leader and shit.
He was just in it.
He was just in it. And then nobody's going like, well, they just poorly explained this. That the only main criticism I ever seen by Edge Runners was just that I didn't feel as attached to some of the cast members because the way it was set up and what happened. But it's just like, that's it. But that's okay. They wasn't even trying to get you like super duper like, oh, this is the backstory. This and the main thing in Night City was, we go here to get away from our past lives type beat. And it's just like Edge Runners wasn't spending time holding your hands. Like it was just doing what the fuck it wanted to do. That's what I'm saying. Like, but it's depending on the rule of cool and not asking for permission. Like I pointed out with Chainsaw Man. He do whatever he want, nobody bad and not.
Well, MHA was like actually very, like everybody was watching the show like 2017 or so. But then the whole meme of, like, oh, MHA fans are cringe. And I'm going to tell you this right now. A big reason why MHA attracts so much hate is specifically because of the perception of the fact that people ship everybody.
Yeah.
That's literally it.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I don't. And this is not me. This is not me saying like, oh, you should. No, absolutely not. It's just you have to understand how some of what's said comes off to some people, and it goes from there, and then it keeps going from there, and it just ends up this big mess.
I think one of the big issues, and because what I always tell people is, first off, y'all clearly wasn't on the internet like that back in the day, because the big is that I wasn't on the internet like that back in the day. And I still ended up accidentally face checking plenty Sasunaru bull. Like,
That's
it's
crazy.
like,
they
here's
were
the thing.
the Bakudeku of their day.
They were.
Because what people don't realize is that one, internet filters have gotten a lot better lately. But I kid you not, until like 2010, 2012-ish, you could type in like Naruto Sasuke fan art, and it was a roulette spin on whether or not you was gonna accidentally walk into some porn.
Mm-hmm.
And so people are like, oh, MHA fans are so cringe, all their shipping. All that's really happened is the death of forums and the integration of hobbies into social media. Back when there was primarily forum centric, like, and I'm saying this as a person who, even in like, because I feel like forums were still pretty useful and pretty used up until around mid 2010s. And I say that because I used to be on the League of Legends forums a lot. Like a lot. I'm actually kind of glad they destroyed the forums because I once accidentally led to somebody getting targeted. It was weird. All I did was like, bro, I've never seen, like, that was how I learned about how reactive and how quickly mobs can form, because all I did, like, you know what, I'm gonna tell you, like, there's a thread called Dear Riot, we can use Twitter too. And if it's still on there, you can see that I was like, yo, this person like made fun of the fans for basically being attached to the lore of the game, and people went ballistic. Like, I didn't think it was gonna get that serious, but it ended up getting that serious. And I was like, y'all doing way too much. Like, it wasn't supposed to be like that. Like, what are y'all doing? But back then, you had forums. So most of that shipping discourse that we see on Twitter would either be primarily on Tumblr, or it would be on, if we were living like the old days, a MHA forum. We would have, you know, something like for example, there was NarutoKun.com was one of the Naruto forums. There was Bleach Exile is one of the forums where you could get stuff and like see stuff on Bleach. I think that site might still even be active. But you had these forums, and then that's where people went to talk about stuff. People went to like site pages specifically to have these discussions. It wasn't, hey, yo, I'm on Twitter and here's every single thought I have about shipping these characters. Like, they didn't have that. Like, we weren't doing that. There wasn't like a stream of consciousness. And that's kind of why it's kind of funny, because people were like, these two characters are gay. Because this is something that happens now, and I think it's mostly like Gen Z that stumbles into this, where they will say fan fiction ideas on Twitter as if they are canon, with no tags oftentimes to even indicate that they're talking about fan fiction. And then people are like, the fuck are you talking about? That didn't happen. That doesn't happen. That's not how that character is written. What are you saying? And they don't realize, like, the whole reason we were doing hashtags, the whole reason we had these splits in forums and all this other stuff was so it would be organized. And before people even read what you had to say, it was contextualized. So if you constantly just make fanfic style tweets and they get into the mainstream randomly, people are going to look at you like you're goofy, because sometimes people check other people's pages. Me personally, I don't hop on people's profiles like that. I don't be trying to see everything you got going on your page. So it just is what it is. Like, I remember I told like this like 16-year-old randomly popped up in my mentions mad as hell because I was like, man, this is annoying. And somebody was like, we're just making jokes. I don't see why you, and I was like, I'm not mad at you. I'm not angry. I'm not upset. I'm not even telling you that you can't make jokes. I'm just telling you, I don't find these jokes funny. And I think it's kind of annoying. You don't have to like be upset. And like, it kept going. Like, he just kept being mad, trying to like convince me that I was being mean. And I'm like, no, dude, I'm going to tell you this right now. And it's an important life lesson. The emotional energy you perceive is not always what you actually receive. Just because you feel like somebody's trying to do something doesn't mean they are actually doing that. And if I can tell you directly, no, I just think this joke was unfunny and it's annoying. But I don't hate you as a person. I have no issues with you. Then you need to be able to process that. But everything's so jumbled together now that like you have the MHA fans are cringe because everybody's shipping and every single thought they have about the series is all over the place now. Instead of it being like, we're going to discuss the canon stuff in public settings and then have our own fan fictions and stuff in a fan fiction based setting.
And I'm gonna be honest. Like, as far as like, if we are talking about this, JJK is actually even worse in this regard because a lot of the popular ships are actually pedophile ships.
Man, I've seen people shipping Toji with Megumi, and
Yep.
that one is way too popular for how fucking warped it is.
Yeah.
Or
And like, and
Yuji
they
with
don't
Gojo.
they don't zero in on
my
that
God,
because
yo, I hate Yuji and Gojo so much.
Mm-hmm.
they don't zero in on that like they do with MHA fans because that's just like it's just easier to pick on the MHA stuff, you know? It's like rather than look at the obscene shit going on there. So yeah,
Maki and Mai, like crazy.
Oh my god.
oh yeah. Yeah, that's gross.
Yeah.
That's not even like a Fujoshi thing. That's just like a weird thing.
Yep.
Weird.
I think a lot of people's like I would say King's fault that is being a bit intrusive. You know, you may have to, you know, chill and go seek a hobby or touch grass. If you're if you're not near grass, like in Las Vegas, touch some sand, I guess. I don't know.
touch the concrete. Touch the concrete.
Yeah, touch the concrete. Yeah.
Touch like the water fountain in the middle of like Caesar's Hotel. That's also like a good one.
Touch a plant, maybe that like maybe
just
outside.
go
See
go
the sun.
outside, guys. Just go outside.
Once you breathe in the
It's a
fresh
beautiful
air.
day. It's a beautiful day outside. Hold on. What degree is it in Vegas? Okay, weather in Vegas today.
Very scorching.
Oh, it's 63 degrees Fahrenheit.
And you know
the
what?
humidity
It was
is 15%. The
it
wind
was
is 18
always
miles.
it was always sort of weird, you know, but I think when Tumblr banned not safe for work, which it has only very recently put back into place, that was basically the equivalent of them like taking the box of all their users and then just dumping them onto other sites.
Mhm.
And the most popular happened to be Twitter. And so yeah.
Man.
And you're gonna see the cycle happen again in like 5-6 years when some other series really takes off. So
because what it really boils down to is people being MHA being popular. That's really what it boils down to.
Yeah.
It's the most popular series right now, at least in the West.
Big fandom, bad fandom.
Mm-hmm.
And it just kind of is what it is. I wish that our fandom issues were less. For example, this is one of those things that I kind of envy One Piece fandom a bit for, where the main discussions and petty arguments that get cycled through that fandom aren't tied to ships. Like you have your Zosan shippers.
ZKK.
You got your Zosan fans. I'm not gonna pretend like they don't exist or nothing like that. Like that's not what I'm saying. But the biggest, most common argument in the One Piece fandom is where does Zoro's power level end up?
Yeah.
Is he the co-captain?
Like that's basically where the biggest, like the most common argument every week. And like sometimes I engage with it because it's kind of funny, but also because most Zoro scaling hinges on ignoring the story. And that's what makes it so funny for me. Like, even on my boy, on Shonen Ronin, my boy was like, I'm gonna say that when Zoro unlocked ACOC for a little bit there, he was stronger than Luffy. And I'm like, you can have that take.
Wait, who said that on Shonen Ronin? Oh, really?
I never co-sign his take when he says that. Because I'm like, no, that's just not true.
Those are the only talks I don't really pay attention to in Shonen Ronin, so that just went by me.
Because I was like, no. But like the thing is that that's like a real thing. Like people will be like, Zoro was stronger than Luffy coming out of post-time skip. And I'm like, based on what? Like, based on what? And there's never a real answer. It's just like, well, I think Zoro could have beat Doflamingo. Based on what?
Zoro kills Kaido. That theory that like,
bro,
I made fun of that theory so much, and I was so happy to see.
I'm glad it's gone. I'm so glad it's gone.
Like ZKK was one of the most let me ignore the story for what I think would be a super raw swagadocious moment that I've ever seen. And what was crazy was is that when they'd be like, no, we're not saying Zoro's gonna beat him 1v1, which I'm like, well, some of you are, but whatever.
Yeah.
But they're like, we're saying that like Luffy and Kaido's fight is gonna be over, and then Zoro's gonna come in and like kill him because he's gonna get back up and try to like do something to Luffy as he's walking away or something like that. And I'm like, so then Luffy wouldn't have won, and you want Zoro to finish it, or and like, man, the amount of times people were like, Zoro's gonna be going back up to the roof. Zoro's going back to the roof, and it's like, what? He's going back to the roof? Why?
And it's also like it's just like the reasoning for like look, the main rivalry in that arc is absolutely Luffy and Kaido because they're both battling for the title of Joy Boy. Even though Luffy doesn't really know it, that's what Kaido is really striving for. Zoro is like their best reasoning for him being the one to take out Kaido was, oh, he has a deep connection to the land of Wano. It's like, just because he's a swordman, just because he was taught by a guy from Wano, does not mean he's tied to Wano. It doesn't mean he has anything personal against Kaido. Whereas in the first act of Wano, they made sure that, Luffy, Oda made sure Luffy lost to Kaido so that he could have that reprisal later on.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't get any of that with Zoro. It was basically him running around looking for a sword and how to trigger Enma, whatnot.
Yeah, Zoro's entire arc. And it's funny because they're like, oh, well, Zoro said he came to cut up Kaido. So that, and I'm like, bruh, people talk big every day in manga. Every day. Luffy said he was going to save Ace how many times?
And look what happened.
Like, so that's where that gets kind of fun. I mean, like, it's like how when people which also somebody in the chat asked which one was more annoying, Daph one or ZKK.
ZKK.
Oh.
And I'm gonna say, I think both are weird theories, but I do think ZKK is worse than Daph.
Yeah,
I was gonna try to say Daph
one,
but I'm like,
Daph
no, it's
one,
definitely ZKK.
Daph one might have.
What's
Daph one could have
again?
at least.
Zoro killing Kaido.
Yeah.
Oh,
Daph
man,
one at
that
least
was
could have.
Funny.
Yeah, Daph one at least could have been tweaked to work. There was no way to make Zoro kill Kaido work. Absolutely.
There's
not.
nothing. To make
No,
that.
bro. You
And
see,
speaking
it's the
of-
dragon and the samurai. The samurai has a sword, so the sword's gonna kill the dragon.
And speaking of, I tweeted this last night. I think like it was just getting less and less likely as time went on, but I think Deku and All for One's latest confrontation at UA has flat out confirmed that for one is not real. It can't be, because this is literally his last chance to steal One for All. If he had that one last ace up his sleeve and it wasn't Spinner, he would have chucked it at Deku immediately.
And it would have been easy to steal it.
Yeah, he would have said it immediately, because remember, he's like barely holding on to Tomura's vestige right now.
Yep.
Like he's barely keeping it in place. No Tomura, no Tenko, no possibility of stealing One for All. This is his last chance. So
also, I'm gonna point out that in regards to the Daph one thing, as desperate as All for One is right now, while getting his shit mollywopped, he would have said something by now.
That's
Exactly.
crazy.
That's what
Like
I'm
he would have
saying.
been like, you just
Son,
gonna beat
son,
your dad like this?
son.
Like something.
He would have said it.
Mhm.
But no, he charges right into stealing One for All, because this is all he has left. He has nothing left in the tank. And honestly, it's much better this way, because like you ensure that like basically All for One started as a nobody who happened to get a great power. Who was Deku? He was absolutely nobody. This is highlighted when he talks about like how, Todoroki kind of seems more like the protagonist type, the hero out of a manga. The point is, Deku comes from just like a mediocre background, and it's a better way of representing the message that like, hey, heroism, a hero can be found anywhere. And there are a lot of rags to riches stories. I haven't really seen a lot of stories like Deku's where like he's utterly just a completely normal kid in like the most middle class
Just the most
environment.
middle class, most petite bourgeois, just like,
Yeah.
crazy.
It's not even like he had the instilled drive to like really make it to the top. He's always said, I want to be a great hero first and foremost. It was never specifically number one. But still over time, and the fact that he did get lucky with One for All is what's allowing him to reach the top. So
When you look at his competition in jump, right? Every single one, apart from Denji, have this family, like big person in the family, right? You have Naruto with Minato, who's the Hokage. Black Clover, Asa's mother. Well, technically not, but you can tell she has some connection. There's nothing with Deku. Deku's just a normal kid who is just thrust upon a great power, worked his ass off to get it, and has his own struggles. There's nothing. He's not a Luffy. He's not a Naruto. He's not a Goku. He's not a who's another a Yuji. It's just,
and I think that's specifically why he gets so much hate, because he is not the same stock shonen character. And I've talked to people a lot over the years. It's like, oh, he's generic. It's like, well, no, his background is generic. The actual foundation of his character is anything but, because you never see this type of character.
Yep.
You just don't. And I think that's why, because he has a lot of these atypical shonen hero moments, and people aren't really used to that. So they're like, oh, what? He's super emotional. He cries all the time. Well, that means he's a crybaby. It's like, well, no. This is a very rare, fairly realistic look at what would happen if you gave a 16-year-old kid the greatest superpower in the world. It's so boring to just say like, oh, 16-year-old kid is super powerful. He's gonna be like an anti-hero, more like grim or dark. That's the generic route, because we as people have been trained to think that power equates to negative things. Power can be used for good. And so it's more interesting to have a character that never wavers from that path and instead has to suffer for it because of what they believe in. That's my take.
All right, y'all. We've been going for 4 hours. One of our longest streams. Yes, one of our longest streams in a while. So we're going to start this around the horn, wrap up. Let's see who I want to. Squid, get your final thoughts in real quick.
Squid.
He muted, so he probably doing that at the mic right
I was washing my hands. Just like let somebody else go first, and then I'll do my thought.
All right, Thomas.
Okay. Great chapter. I don't like the fact that I'm not gonna show names, but the leaker was saying that this chapter was very boring, and it wasn't worth staying up for. This chapter is amazing. Like I feel like I say this a lot, but there's not much to nitpick about. Well, you can have nitpicks, but there's nothing negative about this chapter. It's just solid. What Horikoshi has done is take a very sensitive topic, which is discrimination among the heteromorphs, and he did it justice. And the people who say, oh, it doesn't fit here, like, why is Hori doing this? It should have been its own arc beforehand. I could get that, like, that criticism, but I feel like it's perfect here, especially when the end result is world building, Shoji and Koda getting some shine, mostly Shoji, seeing some characters return, like one of the villains in USJ was in this chapter. You have Airjet coming back. You have the gorilla cop is in this chapter. He's fighting back with the taser shield. It's just really good. The episode was fantastic. One of the best episodes we've gotten since, I would say, during training. It was just really good. I am excited for next week, especially with the chapter 2. Like, I don't think people are realizing we are in a good spot right now, because Wednesday, Thursday, we have the leaks. Friday, we have the scans. Saturday, we have the episode. And then Sunday, we have the officials. We're back. Also, I want everyone to show Anaki some love because he said earlier that he wasn't feeling well. So make sure to type that into the chat itself.
Type
in
it,
the server
otherwise
too.
I'm gonna see you.
Yeah, we will pull up on you and I will give you stern looks. Overall,
And I'll
great
just straight
chapter,
up
great
stomp you
episode.
out.
That too. Great chapter, great episode. I'm just happy.
Nice.
I'm so
All
happy.
right, so
Yeah.
I guess I'll go now since I finished my things. So the thing with depicting, discrimination in, the context of a comic book, or I guess pretty much anything outside of political literature, is that in order to, make it compelling for a lot of people, you often have to show a very like extremist version of it. Like, for example, like at the start of NBA, you have the scene with the CRC and stuff like that. But the deeper forms of it, whether it's, for example, the way in the US, school taxes, property tax is connected to school funding, and due to gerrymandering, minority communities tend to live in poorer areas. How companies will hire minorities, last, but when it's time to lay people off, they're the first ones that end up getting taken off the board. The mechanisms that allow the system, this overall system of discrimination, whether it's racism, patriarchy, all that stuff, it's embedded into literally every single facet and industry of our lives. So I find for people who want directly like arcs about this stuff, I wonder what exactly is your structure here? Like, do you want us to just fight like a general hate group? Like, I'm kind of confused on that part, because the story, the genre itself doesn't really allow for like systemic or like
full-blown systemic issue
full-blown systemic issue breakdowns. Like, you can't necessarily write a final fight around an education system that has that, like, for example, the SATs that directly disadvantage lower income communities of color. You can't really have a final fight off of that. You can't have the Udapon cubes with Brigham Young. So like, altogether, I'm happy that we are getting that deeper explanation now. But the thing is now I have a lot of questions. So, for example, right? So for the heroes, when it came to the massacres, when did these massacres happen? Do rural areas receive less heroes? If so, why? Like, there's a lot of things that are making me think, okay, so these massacres are going on, all of this like extreme violence is happening. Are you participating? Are you just refusing to investigate like what cops did when it came to like actual race massacres in the US? Like, what are you doing here? Like, there's no real explanation for this that comes out as them either being insultingly incompetent or, straight up like part of an evil, classist, and bigoted, violent state enforcer. So I'm very interested how they're going to approach, the whole, hey guys, people were dying here and no one really seems to be accounted for among people who are supposed to protect them. Very interested how he's going to handle that. And ultimately I found this to be a great chapter. Shoto racist. I'm gonna keep slandering him till the day I die. His family's a bum too. Angie probably taught him that, or probably Ray, considering they're both old-fashioned. So yeah, you learn what you learn at the dinner table. But yeah, 8 out of 10. 10 out of 10 for the political commentary, though. The comment about cities, they think that because we like got rid of like over like racism, which still exists, right? Mm-hmm. The way racism is like shown in cities versus rural is like really accurate. Like, the dude in the mask was spitting. Can't wait to see Gas Mask God. And yeah, Shoji for MLK. He's gonna be the MLK. I thought it was gonna be Spinner, but yeah, it's gonna be Shoji. So yeah, 10 out of 10.
Volk?
Well, okay. I this conversation went into a bunch of different directions, but overall, I really enjoyed the chapter. I've really been loving season 6. I think this is definitely ending up the best season of the show so far. I I do enjoy seeing the PLF like come back in some form, because like these are a lot of the remaining remaining soldiers who have come back. I like seeing Coda being useful for once. Shoji's big moment. I was really I was kind of shocked to see. I didn't catch it at first. The Glasgow smile. It's really dark, and like at least a part of his jaw has been ripped open. So it's like he's clearly gone through a lot of shit he hasn't even told his classmates about. So like we're probably getting into that next chapter, and that's going to be a very personal thing for him because he hasn't divulged that. That's a very dark part of his past. And like you still feel sympathy for Spinner as well, because like he's being used basically by two people now. He's being used on All For One from afar, but he's also being used by this other guy, the insect guy with the mandibles. He's basically using him as like a figure piece for his own message. So I doubt any of the anger is actually going to abate. I think Shoji is going to say his stance. Spinner's going to keep pushing. There's no way he doesn't free Kirigiri. There's absolutely zero chance of that. And that's almost certainly going to be how Shigaraki, All For One, regroup with the others, still anticipating that this leads to Shigaraki breaking free. And considering where we are in the show, we're about 2 months away from seeing AFO take over Shigaraki full time. I'm beginning to speculate that by about the time that happens, Shigaraki might be freed in the manga, because Horikoshi likes to do this. Some things will happen in the show, and then he syncs it up. Similar things will happen in the manga or something related to it. Anyway, really enjoyed the chapter, and I hope Horikoshi can go more into this plot point as time goes on.
I low-key, they coming off as police.
Oh yeah, Archbishop East.
I speak. I gotta go, and that might keep it short and sweet, something to fun. Gas, we found off UA. I can't wait to see Discuss, which is the nigga with the fucking that was talking and spitting this chapter. I can't wait to see him go off. Shoji shit finally popping off. All that music inspiration. Spinner gonna bounce back eventually. And yeah, that's about it. Appreciate all y'all for coming.
Run back of the season. Hail Ori.
All right, y'all. Until next week. Hell Horde. You're.
Damn. Y'all know this stream took a lot out of East if he ain't even giving you a rant at the end. But been loving this season. I'm loving what Hori's doing here. I'm glad that we're going to expand the scope of what we're discussing. We're feasting, my guy.
This is our last supper.
Y'all know that anytime there's an anime season going, I feel like this is normal. I think that we get longer streams anytime the anime is running, just because we end up having these discussions both on what the episode is doing and what's going on in the manga. Never a problem for me. Love it. I'm hoping that we stick to this location for at least the next 2 chapters and then give a pivot. I'm thinking that the way this is trying to be structured is that Hori's going to try to make all this fit into one season, but we'll see, because this could very easily turn into, we have all these chapters and it expands further, because I don't think Horikoshi properly estimated the scope of what he wanted to say. So I just say strap in, stay tuned, be locked in and ready for more content, especially on the side of My Hero Academia, just getting because if we're going to touch on this discrimination stuff, we're going to end up having to circle back to where Aoyama's place in all this is going to be going forward. We know that because one of the things that's going to have to exist within the story is that as much as people say they don't want Aoyama to get off with no consequences, Aoyama being penalized would be a byproduct of the old ways and basically holding him accountable for being extorted by, All for One, when his parents made a decision due to their own fear of his being different instead of finding ways to reassure him. So I kind of don't like the idea of Aoyama being more or less blackmailed and emotionally forced into this situation by his parents, and then people being like, no, Aoyama needs to suffer. Like, seems a little messed up. So I hope as we get around here, like Aoyama gets to kind of show out, prove himself as a real hero. Of course, if he, like, because people talk about like, oh, if a student dies, it probably would be Aoyama. That would be like his karmic penance. And it would kind of play into the fact that when you look back to his provisional license exam, Aoyama's big play was to sacrifice himself. So we can see that kind of play out here again. So I'm looking forward to where the rest of these students and characters go. Obviously, I want to see what Shigaraki's doing. I want to see that, third form or whatever is going to come out of him. And I want to see him dethrone AFO out of his psyche and finish crumbling him. But I can wait on that because I want to know what everybody else is up to.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure some of you guys would love to get back to that Shoto and Dabi battlefield, for example, or to get back to Toga and Ochako, because, man, if we're seeing the way that the heroes are pressed by these 15,000, what are we going to do when, even if she's only twice for, 30 seconds, the second a single twice is replicated, we can have a bunch of twices just going. And if the villains have the numbers like that, and I'm also going to say that people who felt like the villains didn't win the war, I don't know how you can maintain that stance if you still have it now, because they've won the hearts of the heteromorphs. They are in an extremely advantageous position, even with us seeing All for One getting packed up. All these people wanted to follow Shigaraki anyway. This is just All for One getting his just desserts and us transitioning the story into the new era. What the new era is going to look like, we don't know. But hopefully it's one where the heroes get their shit together and they manage to, cut down on the discriminatory practices and actually, educate and get people to move past their biases and their prejudices. Because at the end of the day, seeing a dude as a lizard as less human than you because he looks like a lizard and ignoring the fact that you can shoot laser beams out your eyes and fart hurricanes. I don't know.
That's kind of crazy.
Like,
but you know what's crazy? But you know what's crazier? Shoto about to have his career ended in 10 years because of what he said in Hosu. Think about it. That's crazy.
I hope so.
Because on Twitter.
Yeah, that's we rolling that wood up. Why are we smoking that?
But
back?
I appreciate everybody that came through. I'm glad everybody. Hope you all enjoyed the stream. Leave a like if you haven't already. You know it always helps with the algorithm. Enjoy your day. And
Control's back, baby.
Hey,
we smoking that.
I'm actually going to be doing
pack.
some Hunter Hunter rereading just to remind myself, because I read all these chapters forever ago,
years ago.
MHA final season being multiple parts is very possible. I'm really looking forward to it though. Hope to see you guys, everybody who's here next week. Shout out to Tunisia, MK the Baby, Jorel, Alves, who I think Jorel is just Coyote. I can't believe you've done this. Jalen Baxley, you're here again. Spectral Dynamite, Kurt Pookie. I know Brendan De La Cruz was in here earlier. Kaiser Phoenix, you always pulling up. I should actually have you on at some point because you've been here for a long time. And you're a member now. Oh my goodness, look at you. But yeah, I appreciate everybody. We out. That's it.